Oh, I hate this so much. Ben yelled again as he accidentally passed through a portal. Taking him away from the gate he could easily see off in the distance. When they'd first arrived it had been an empty expanse with the exit in the distance, but seemingly not so far as some of the other ones. He'd been sure he'd be able to make it there in no time, if not for the predictable result that was his being teleported around the area by holes in space opening up and closing the moment he stepped through them. The reason that no matter how many hours they were there, they didn't seem to be getting closer. Worse though was what he hadn't expected, the way the trial was attacking them, which had already resulted in his left arm being broken and mangled. In some areas, the very space itself had been expanding and contracting, and the one time he'd brushed against one of those areas he felt the flesh and bone of his arm all trying to occupy the same location at once. He considered himself lucky that it hadn't just ripped off, but the experience was still horrifying. That was when he'd come up with a strategy to put the light aspect of Greed's magic into practice, namely to create a laser. A single narrow beam of red light. It wasn't meant to cause any harm or destruction, instead doing what light did best, traveling in a straight line. As Ben held the crab, no longer contained within the relative safety of the armor, Greed carefully fired off the beam of light in the direction they were going, looking to see if it distorted at all, either the beam contracting or expanding to tell them there was something that could injure them, or else changing direction in any way to tell them they were going to go through a portal as they did, and ever so carefully they avoided all they could until they were at the edge of the exit and took a step through. Oh, thank! Ben sighed happily as he began stripping off the armor so Greed could get to healing his arm. That may not have been as terrible as some of the others, but it was still annoying. I'm just glad you didn't drop me. Separated there, and we were definitely never seeing each other again. Are you kidding me? Even if I lose an arm, I'm hanging on to you. I need someone to patch me up after. Right? Ha, true enough. Since the extent of his wounds were all within a single arm this time he held Greed while it was being treated, walking around to do the other things he needed to. As always, first he worked to freeze the countdown on the trial, viewing it as the most important thing by far, but after he went to see if there was anything new from past participants he could take advantage of, feeling his eyes light up as he saw the armor he'd lost in the darkness trial, and then having them almost explode out of his head as he saw the only new item with it. It was another spatial bag, something that shouldn't have been too surprising to see when he considered the fact that people had definitely gone in there willingly and simply tried to plan the best they could for whatever they might encounter. Even better was the fact that while it was obviously old and some of the enchantments on it needed to be fixed up, it was created exceptionally well and was still working, a fact that seemed obvious as his crafting skill showed him that its item rank was ultra-rare. He had to stop himself from racing over, doing his best to move calmly as Greed worked to heal him as he took a seat beside it, opening it up and pulling out its contents, the crab giving a low whistle as he went. Whoever had been using it at the time, it looked like they'd been raiding the trial as they went, taking anything that looked exceptionally valuable from the piles and keeping it in their bag. It was the only way to explain the pure mountain of magic materials that were stored away in there in the form of various items. Mithril, Morbusal, white and rainbow mana crystals, Deathstone, and most important of all, Orichalcum. He felt himself drooling as he took them all out, thinking about just what he could do with it all now that it was around and immediately getting to work separating things. As nice as it was to suddenly have a host of new and powerful materials to work with, almost all of them were tied to weapons, with only a handful being used for more survival-oriented supplies, nothing he really needed, meaning he'd need to start disassembling everything to get it to more usable forms for him. Everything but the bag that was. With so much space within it, if he survived he'd be wanting to make good use of it. Though I'm going to need to pay Greed for his half of it. We're in this together. I can't just be claiming things. Still, that was a worry for later. Even if he'd just remade his armor in the last section, it looked like he'd be doing it again soon enough. The Orichalcum alone demanded it, and with all of the power from the various crystals that could go into powering it, he felt their odds of surviving skyrocket. Holy shit! He hadn't expected he'd get a level to his awakened crafting skill. It hadn't even crossed his mind as he made the armor. All he'd been doing was pushing himself to his limits for the past month. All in the name of survival, training everything he could while making whatever was necessary with the resources he'd had. But the payoff had been huge. In a way, it was shocking that the item he'd made was still only listed as lower ultra rare. He'd tied everything he had into it. Every ring, every resistance, every useful skill in his status. But that just went to show the gulf that was raising something from the lower to the middle ranking of it. What mattered was the fact that even with the level up he'd just had, he was happy to call it as good as he could have made it. A piece of armor that would cover him head to toe. The number of crystals in it would force as much power as possible into the enchantments to help keep them alive. Even if both he and Greed knew that the trial would be able to overtake everything he made if they were in there long enough, at the very least it would give them a lot more time to work with before things got bad, or at least he hoped. Time section next. Feeling ready? As I'll ever be legs. After this only 2 or 3 more, so let's do it already. Ben ate one last piece of food before donning his helmet. They both knew that time would be challenging, having little idea of just what a trial devoted to it might bring. But they stepped through the doorway, ready to face it. Its start was similar to the space one in a way. An empty expanse with the exit already visible in the distance, though much farther off than the last time, so they started moving, eager to get out even before anything happened. You know, as much as I hated the first 4 sections, at least they were guessable once we understood the theme of the trial. That last section alone taught me a pretty messed up application of space magic. I'm not sure I want to see what time will do, he said, trying to make conversation as his mind's focused on the surroundings. If it was going to be anything like space, then it was going to be hard to see, and he could only hope that it wasn't going to pull something ridiculous like stopping time for them while keeping the countdown of the trial going. If the active sections had countdowns, that was. It was already stressful enough being in there. The fact that he had no way to accurately measure how long he'd be spending in that section was a whole other issue. Not that worrying about it will help, he thought with a shake of his head. There were some things he just couldn't fight against, so with nothing else he could do he focused on his running as Greed worked to buff him. A small part of him let himself believe things were going well, that if the trial was throwing anything at them it was being stopped by his armor. At least that was what he told himself until he tripped on nothing. He managed to catch himself without landing on Greed but was immediately on guard. He knew he wouldn't just fall for no reason, he just didn't know what had happened, nor how it related to time. He saw nothing looking around, so with hesitation he continued on, doing his best to keep track of things while he could. As time passed his body began feeling weird and uncomfortable. He didn't know how to describe the situation. It was unlike anything he'd dealt with before. All he knew was that something very wrong was happening within him. "Hey Greed, mind healing me? Just to see if anything happens?" he asked, getting no answer as he did. Well, that's probably not good. His companion wouldn't just ignore him for no reason, not in a situation like that, so he tried to connect to him to understand what was wrong, but it left him unable to comprehend what was happening. The crab's mind was behaving strangely, not in the way that Ben's own was, but more like it just wasn't working right, causing a spike of fear within him as he pushed himself harder. The buffs were still going for the time being at least, but if he lost his healer here then his chances of surviving would plummet. It was only as he got farther in and started to feel a similar effect that he understood just what was happening. The many minds in Ben's head began moving at different speeds, some faster and some slower, with which was receiving which effect constantly changing, and what the trial was doing to them both suddenly clicked in his head. Oh, this is really not good. When they'd gone in they'd both been expecting a time effect, assuming the trial would slow down their progress, but it was doing something different altogether. It was speeding up and slowing down different parts of them as they went at the same time, playing havoc with their bodies as it did. He didn't know enough about Greed's anatomy to be sure, but given what he knew of his own and the way that fluids pumped through it, he could only assume it was bad. What would happen if a sped-up area led to a slowed area? Pressure would presumably keep building up, only getting worse until something broke, and that wasn't even considering the effect something like that would have on the brain. While his multiple minds seemed to be handling it, Greed only had one, and it didn't seem like it could deal with the experience. As with every part of the trial, though, he had few options, giving him no choice but to push forward and hope that he'd make it to the end. Oh God, this is really starting to hurt. He felt blood start to leak from his eyes, and one of his faster streams of thought reflected on the fact that he dealt with that far too often while the rest tried to focus on keeping him moving. He was almost certain that parts of his body were basically suffering from blood loss while other parts were beginning to burst from the buildup as he'd feared, the areas affected by fast time not getting the blood they needed as the ones dealing with slow time couldn't get rid of it fast enough. But he was finally within reach of the exit. With every step he felt things grow more extreme, the difference between fast or slow areas feeling like it was tearing his body apart. Considering this was the only effect from the trial they seemed to be going through, he was miserable to say that he understood why the God who'd made it hadn't added anything else. What else could they need? He was almost certain that this was already enough to kill someone. He only hoped that Greed would even wake up once they got out of there, and that no permanent damage had been done to the crab as he finally made it to the exit and stepped through. The relief he felt was overwhelming as his mind settled back to its normal speeds and his blood and other bodily floods started to flow properly again, while at the same time a wave of sickness washed over him. Ripping off his helmet, he leaned over to vomit. An uncomfortable amount of blood mixed in as he saw it spewing down. Okay, that's extra not good. He quickly stripped off the armor, seeing his body was covered in marks and bruises from the experience with who knew how much damage going on beneath the surface. Everything still hurt, even if it was better being outside of the trial, and he didn't doubt that he'd need healing soon. But more importantly, Greed still hadn't said anything. Greed, come on buddy, speak up. Don't leave me alone in here, he said desperately as he took the crab in his hands, not getting a response. If you don't answer, I'm going to do something desperate, so come on already. Still he only got silence, and not knowing what else to do Ben connected to him. The fact he still could at least showed that the crab was alive, and with nothing else he could think of to do, he stopped hiding most of his minds the way he typically would when connected to someone and screamed as loud as he could with them all on his head, forcing it into the mind of the other man. Ah, damn it! I'm up. What is it? The crab yelled back, letting Ben breathe a sigh of relief as it caught a look at him and immediately began his healing. Just happy you didn't die on me, man. Now only 2 or 3 to go. Ben sat in front of the next section of the trial, staring at the door of it and heaving a long sigh. Man, I really don't want to do this. They'd finally gotten to the death section, and he couldn't imagine it going particularly well. He'd been expecting to deal with the life section first, so when he first saw the enchantments indicating that he'd been wrong, it had thrown him off completely. He at least had a decent understanding of death magic, but considering it was the one most suited to finishing them both off for good, he really didn't want to actually go through with it. His only other option, though, was trying to forcibly raise the trial to another layer of reality and hope the gods would drag them out, which was really more of a desperate gamble than anything. It wasn't like he'd been able to discover what every bit of magic on the trial did. Even if he could activate the bits he didn't understand, there was always the chance he would activate something that would kill them both. It just wasn't worth the risk. Ugh, no getting out of it, we need to go in. Feeling ready, Greed? I'd bet decent money you're really gonna need to work your healing for this bit. As I'll ever be. Just gonna keep telling myself we're almost there. That's the spirit. He cast one last look around, trying to see if there was any excuse he could use to put off entering the next section for as long as they could, and finding nothing. So without waiting more, he took his first step through the doorway, into whatever they were about to face. When they entered the empty expanse, the exit wasn't immediately visible like it had been the last few times. What he could see, though, were specks off in the distance, whatever they were too far off to say for sure, but the only indication that there was anything in the trial at all, with his thoughts only being broken by the cursing of Greed. Damn it all! Not exactly surprising. But this section is really gonna suck for me. Hurry up and get moving so we both don't die, legs. Oh God, what's happening already? Can't you feel it? The moment we stepped inside, my vitality started being drained. Shit, okay, focus on yourself for now. I have a few skills that should protect me for at least a little while, plus my resistances. For now, I guess I'll start moving to that stuff in the distance. The fact that Greed was already feeling an effect through the armor was all sorts of worrying for them. Ben had enough benefits in his status that he could put off being concerned for now, and the crab had buffed both of their vitalities and regeneration rates, but this meant that Greed would be getting no breaks, instead needing to constantly regenerate his own life force, and eventually Ben's as well. It wouldn't be a problem immediately, but if it ever reached the point where he'd have to use more mana than he could regenerate, then they'd be all but doomed. It was as Ben was wandering that he tried to figure out just what else the trial would throw at them. He couldn't help but wonder if the things he was seeing in the distance were weapons of some sort, maybe items made of Deathstone or something else entirely, but that wouldn't match what he'd seen from the other sections. Whatever was thrown at them would be purely in the death affinity, nothing else. Still, there's only so much you can do with death mana. Gotta be on my guard for beams of the stuff coming out of nowhere and killing me instantly, I guess. And if there's anything that can injure me, I need to watch out for it making the wounds worse, but what else could we run into? It was at the same time that he was finally able to see the exit off in the distance that he got an answer to that question. His relief in seeing that he'd been going mostly the right way, only needing a bit of correction, was also taking them to something that he should have predicted but didn't. "Damn it!" he yelled. "Of course it would do something like this. Of course it would. What? What's happening, legs? Those things off in the distance? They're getting closer. I'm pretty sure we're about to go against some corpses." It was an aspect of death magic he'd never gotten to personally see put to use but had known it was more than possible. He just hadn't expected the trial to come pre-stocked with any to take advantage of. Being controlled like puppets, the bodies wouldn't be limited by what they could do in life, instead being able to go beyond their maximum potential, being pushed until they fell apart from the strain. And as they got close enough that Ben could see their features, it only left him cursing all the more. While he was able to finally make out what the race of the god who'd made the trial looked like, hominid types with squids for heads, that fact barely registered as he took the rest of them in and realized one very important fact. It looks like this trial likes to recycle. Not just the bodies of that unknown race, but over 100 others, all examples of the groups that lived on the world, and all likely former trial takers who hadn't survived. Their bodies were beaten and broken, bare of any clothing or equipment since it had always ended up in the areas between sections. But the speed they were coming down on them from was already more than enough to put them in danger, the entire herd focusing in on them and not leaving any hope that they could be avoided. "Legs, you think you could do something here? I'd rather not become a body to use for the next time some sucker makes it this far. I think this is more you than me, man. Light magic has a purifying aspect, right? Can't you do something about this? If it was one or two, then maybe a crowd that big though? Come on, legs. Be realistic here." Great. They had some time, but not much as Ben pushed all of his minds to think, trying to come up with a solution to the problem rapidly approaching them as he considered everything he knew about death magic and what they had available to them. Even with his armor, his joints could be bent and broken, and while there was a chance his magics might be applicable to help, he wouldn't be able to do anything to a crowd like that all at once. As for Greed's blessing magic, wait, okay, I have an idea. A really, really bad idea. Lot of room for it to go wrong, but I can't think of anything else. Hell, legs, I don't think anything we've had to do in here has been anything more than desperate. Out with it already. All right? Ben said as he laid down on the ground, using his material magic to slowly lock every joint of the armor together. "I guess the question is, what are the odds you can buff a corpse? I'm pretty sure I'm going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life." Greed muttered to the sounds of clanging and squishing that were reverberating through the armor. "Don't get me wrong, legs. I'm glad it's working. But I'm not exactly loving this either, but we need to focus, we're almost done." His idea had been simple, even if the results had been horrific. The bodies of past trial participants were clearly coming to attack and being strengthened by death magic to get them to release far more power than they had in life. They were just making them go even further beyond. Since life magic would grow closer to death magic as it leveled up, Ben had theorized that it would be possible to use on the dead, forcing more strength and power into its muscles so that once it was combined with whatever power the trial was giving them, every punch and kick to the armor was enough to shatter the arms and legs of the creatures throwing them. Add his destruction magic into the mix, carefully directing the mana through his body where each impact was going to occur, and it had only taken a few hours to have the numbers almost completely reduced, though the experience was far from pleasant. While he'd understood in theory what he was going to be going through, in practice it was much, much worse. The armor he'd made with orichalcum was able to easily withstand such physical attacks, but he hadn't stopped to consider how unpleasant it was to hear. Even after arms and legs were destroyed, they kept throwing themselves at them, the sound of squishing meat becoming a constant companion as the bodies kept up their attacks for as long as they could, even resorting to shattering their jaws in the end to try and bite through. And while all of that was going on, the drain effect on the whole of the trial was only getting stronger, making Greed need to work all the harder to replace his own vitality, as well as getting to the point where he needed to begin doing the same for Ben at least a little. It was only once the attack stopped, the area around them slick with meat and blood, that Ben did his best to quickly but carefully separate each piece of armor. He'd had to merge into a solid whole and go back on their way to the distant exit, hoping to make it there before the drain effect could no longer be handled. He ignored the notification as he ran with all of his might, not wanting to see whatever else the trial might throw their way. They'd already been stuck in one spot for far too long, and he didn't want to deal with the consequences of that. He knew things would only get more extreme the longer he was stuck there. He didn't want to learn just how creative this god could get with death magic. It was only as he saw the end in view, though, not as a distant light but as a genuine exit, that he was able to see to just what extreme the god who made this trial was willing to go to, as well as just how far his willingness to recycle whatever made its way into the trial went.
Believe, Ben my turd.
Assface was definitely an evil god. Nobody's changing my mind on that. Think you can do anything about this greed? I'm already getting to my limits for just keeping myself alive. The drain effect's getting bad legs. I don't think I can keep up with it for much longer, at least for myself. Alright, don't worry about topping up my vitality for a while. We'll focus on getting through all of these ghosts and then get out of here. There had to be a dozen of them between him and the exit, and it left Ben cursing the trial's maker all the more. Souls of the long-dead trial takers, each waiting to attack. Ben had read up enough on the topic while researching souls to not want to deal with ghosts at all costs. While normally harmless like the one he'd once seen with Thera, there were two things that changed that. If one managed to exist on the mortal plane for long enough to comprehend what it was, allowing it to exert whatever magic it had access to in its life, or else if it was being controlled by a death mage, ending with it being forced to use whatever magics it had access to in life on its master's orders. Having died once himself, the very concept of ghosts left him deeply uncomfortable, but he ignored that as he got closer to both them and the exit. He'd been right initially, there were only a little more than a dozen, meaning everyone who'd ever taken the trail wasn't still doomed to be trapped within its walls, but it was still bad news as they came towards them. Ben had no way of knowing what they would do until the first shot was fired. A black beam of mana directed right at them that he had no choice but to throw themselves out of the way as more and more came. Right, this is the death trial, there must only be souls that could use death magic. At least that narrows it down. Greed. I'm gonna try to get close to them one by one. Purify them if you can, and then get as much power out of my body as possible. We're booking it to the finish line. Can do. He continued to throw himself forward, constantly avoiding each attack, though with far too many close calls as Greed did what he asked. First, it seemed like things were working. With a burst of light, the first two ghosts vanished, and it gave him enough confidence to push onward to more. 5, 6, 7, each continued to disappear thanks to Greed's magic, helping them leave the plane they were stuck on to advance to whatever came next, right up until they tried it on the 8th. At that one, Greed failed. It wasn't that his magic had gotten weaker so much as it was that the effect of the trail had gotten stronger, providing all the more power to the ghosts and keeping them on that plane of reality. But that failure had its cost. Far too close to avoid an attack, it fired a beam of black mana directly at them, Ben turning to keep Greed from getting hit and taking the full force of it himself. It passed through each defense Ben had set up until it made contact, and despite his skills and his unnaturally high death resistance, he immediately felt an effect infinitely worse than any time he put on his ring to train his vitality. He felt his life force plummet and continued to do so, the only thing keeping him alive being Greed's fast acting, beginning the healing process the moment Ben turned away and put his all into it. Alright Greed, change of plan. Get as much power out of me now as you can, we're going to sprint for it. Legs, you're in rough shape right now, we need to dash. There's no time and you know it. Come on man, if you can't purify those ghosts then all we can do is run. The crab knew he was right, even if he thought it was too dangerous. There wasn't a single part of their situation that wasn't after all, so he took a risk himself. He stopped healing himself to push as much mana as he could into the other man, ignoring any risk to Ben's body to get more speed than it would ever want to give and focusing his all to repair the damage it caused as fast as he could. If Ben was going to risk dying, then so was he. With a burst of speed and a feeling of his muscles exploding in the process, he was off, in seconds, blowing past the ghosts as if they hadn't been expecting anything like that and shooting towards the exit, keeping it in his sights as he went. He did minor zigs and zags to try and avoid any attack that might come from the back, but he could look to see where it might be coming from. He couldn't. All he could do was depend on whatever bit of luck he might have, praying to the universe to cut him a break as he went until he launched himself to the exit, ending up safely on the other side. It had taken 2 agonizing weeks to heal all of the damage to his body, but as it went, Ben spent the entire time thinking on what was coming next. He knew the life section was still to come, and while if he was lucky that would be the end of it, he was feeling like he'd just used up his entire lifetime supply by getting through the death section. What mattered was what was still to come. If he was to think about what he could expect from life magic and ignored anything that could be beneficial to him, then there were only a few options. His body could be weakened, his body could be forced to overproduce things within itself to cause him harm, or there could be living things in that section that would be strengthened, either monsters like he was used to going against with Thera or those of the smaller variety, forcing him to grow sick and possibly eating him alive from the inside out. More troubling for him was considering the possibility of a non-affinity trial. The longer he thought on just what he could expect from something like that, the more he was forced to come to a single conclusion. Anything. His material user skill was akin to aspects of earth, water, and death magic, with destruction having similar properties. Telekinesis was too. Corpse Song showed signs of being like death and time magic, and empathy was similar to dark. None of that was even considering what he'd learned was possible with materialization. The more he thought on it, the more he kept making these connections, forcing him to a single conclusion. Non-affinitied magics could do anything an affinitied magic could and more. Sure, the mana cost would be higher for a mortal to have to deal with, but that was irrelevant to the trial, and it would have the far worse trade-off that he would have no resistances to it. As rough as it had already been, he couldn't imagine going through all of that again without them. As much as I want to be positive we might be screwed, he thought with a sigh. He wasn't giving up, but the fact that he couldn't even begin to plan for how to deal with whatever was to come was horrifying. Still, nothing to bother Greed about. "Are you feeling ready, buddy?" he asked the crab as he finished laying down the new enchantments on his armor for the life section. "No, but let's get this over with anyway. That's the spirit, come on." It was with that bit of false positivity that he stepped through the door, into the life section of the trial. If there was one thing he liked about the later sections compared to the earlier ones, it was that the end was easy enough to find in the empty expanse that made it up. The light in the distance was a clear indicator of which way to go, and he was happy to let it lead him as Greed voiced his complaint. "Ugh, already feel my body weakening. How about you legs?" "I feel fine, but it's nice to see that prediction was right at least." "Ha, let's see if you feel the same when it starts to get you. I'll tell you, you have me real jealous of those resistances you got." "Yeah. Well, bear in mind that despite them I'm still taking way more damage in all of this than you are." "Oh, I'm so sorry," the crab said sarcastically. "Here, you lay down. I'll carry you on my back and get us out of here." "Ha, careful, I might just take you up on that. Wouldn't mind seeing how much power you can get out with that little body-destroying spell you got." "I take it all back. I've seen enough of you dealing with the consequences that I never want to have to deal with that myself." They continued on, staying vigilant as they went but seeing nothing as Ben ran, at the very least removing any chance that there were monsters waiting for them off in the distance but leaving them all the more worried about what might be to come. All while Ben did his best to ignore a growing bother, a persistent itch. It wasn't unusual. He'd found himself having one he needed to scratch multiple times throughout the trial, and with armor on it wasn't possible unless it was somewhere he could ask Greed to reach. It was only as the feeling began to grow, completely covering him as they went, that he was about to speak up and say that something was wrong, only for Greed to say it first. "Oh God's legs, I'm not feeling so good," the crab said in a small voice, and immediately Ben connected to him to try and understand just what was going on at a deeper level, finding nothing but illness and pain coming from his companion's body. "Shit, you feel sick. I think we got the microbe aspect right then. Or the trial is messing with your biochemistry. I guess it could be either. Must be the second if you're going all right. Not necessarily. My resistances could be keeping the trial's magic from penetrating into whatever gut bacteria I've got. If it was that, then they'd only be able to do something to my... He trailed off as he understood what was making him so itchy. Any microbes or fungal spores on his flesh were in the process of exploding in growth, eating him alive as they went. It was a slow process now, but it would only get worse, and Greed was on a much tighter time window. Okay, but there's nothing more I can do. Every section of this has been a tight freaking time window. Greed, for now I think you're likely dealing with a severe bacterial and fungal infection. Do your best to treat yourself and I'll try to get us out of here. Just stay alive. MMH. The crab only grunted as he felt the pain but did as Ben said, doing his best to keep himself alive as things only got worse for him. It was a fight between his body's healing and the trial's effects, and they both knew it was a losing battle as Ben continued to run with everything he had. Eventually, Greed fell completely silent, the effects being too much and making him lose consciousness. Ben knew he was still alive by connecting with him, but there was nothing else he could do. Even worse, that created a new time limit. There was only so long that Greed's buffs would last if they weren't constantly being reapplied, meaning he had that amount of time to get through it to deal with it. It may have been thanks to how desperate some of their efforts had been to survive the prior sections, with spells placed on him to move past what his body would naturally allow, but he found himself moving far faster, though at a cost. His body was remembering how to go far beyond any natural limit, but he could feel his muscles tearing as he went. Not quite to the extent of when Greed filled him with mana, but enough that he thought he'd be struggling to walk for a while after. The pain a constant notice that he was giving more than he had as the exit grew ever closer. A part of him realized that what he was feeling wasn't all from how he'd been exerting himself. The itching on his skin had turned to an intense sting as his flesh was being consumed and the armor was growing heavier as Greed's buffs slowly wore off. But despite the pain, despite the struggle he was being put through, he couldn't help but reflect that things hadn't seemed quite as bad for this one compared to some others as he finally made his way to the exit and pushed himself through, finding the same waiting room once again. I can't wait to get out of here and never need to worry about leveling that, he thought in response to his new skill. As exciting as the name sounded, it wasn't one he was interested in raising given that he actually knew about it. A skill that made it easier to go past what the body allowed and helped raise the body's maximum potential as well. It wasn't something he saw coming up in his day-to-day life at all, with the only real positive that would carry on after the trial being that it carried a minor healing effect with it as well. Still, he pushed the thought to the side as he went to the other end of the room to what he knew to be another door. The fact that they hadn't immediately been greeted with an exit had been a bad sign, but he didn't want to say anything until he knew for sure. It was only as he drew closer that he could be certain that his worst fears had been confirmed. There was a non-affinitied section still, they wouldn't be free yet. Bad news, Greed, he said with a sigh and getting no response. Greed? Come on man, wake up. Still getting no answer. Ben connected to the crab, only to be struck with a horrifying realization. His body was still filled with pain as it was being eaten and destroyed. Even if the bacteria were no longer receiving life mana, what was there hadn't been destroyed, and with Greed unable to be awakened, he couldn't heal himself. If nothing changed, Ben's only companion through the trial would die. Acting fast, Ben stripped off his armor as he figured out what to do. He quickly and carefully placed Greed on the ground before taking the glove he'd made to use in place of a staff and putting it on, running his mana through it to alter the shape of the helmet he'd been wearing, ever so carefully modifying it to act as a sealed container that he could put his companion in and applying the strongest time enchantment he could on it, blending it with his other magic rings to enhance the effect to get it as close to a standstill as possible, giving him time to think. Okay, that should do for now. Now I just need to... There was too much for him to do. He couldn't heal Greed and Greed couldn't heal himself when he was in such a state, not to mention that without the crab's buffs, he wouldn't be able to use the armor for the last section, the part where he wanted it the most. Not to mention that Greed's life was on the line. He might have a couple days at the very best, something that Ben didn't want to bet on. The only way he could be sure that the person who'd gone through all of that with him survived was if they both made it out, and soon. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he understood what he'd need to do. His entire body hurt and he quickly washed it off, understanding that if greed was filled with bacteria then any on his flesh were still there too, and after that he ate some of the bread the trial provided and added enchantments to his jacket, giving it light and life buffs along with one to speed up his time, even if he knew it wouldn't be anywhere as useful as what greed had been giving him. As a final act, he took the box greed was stored in, placing it in the spatial bag left in the trial, and stood at the entrance to what he hoped was the final section. A part of him didn't want to step through. He wanted to take a few days to prepare more, to try and do anything he could to get a better chance, but then the odds of greed dying would explode beyond what they already were at. He couldn't just tell himself it would be fine, and he couldn't abandon the person who'd been dragged in there with him. So without any more hesitation he ignored the pain he was in to walk through the doorway, into whatever the trial was about to throw at them. As with all but the early sections, Ben found himself in another empty expanse, the exit off in the distance. Unlike the later sections though, he immediately felt an effect on it. One he didn't understand. One that by all accounts seemed helpful. Am I having clairvoyance forced upon me? As soon as he entered the doorway, he found he was no longer seeing with just his eyes. His mind was filled with the surroundings in no particular order, and he got to work trying to figure out just what he was seeing, all the while trying to understand why it was happening. Along with what his eyes could see, he was seeing himself from a top-down view, a third-person perspective, and multiple places off in the distance, along with a number of empty viewpoints and some putting him at various distances from the exits, with one even having him right beside it. With no other landmarks than himself and the glowing doorway that was his goal, at least so far, he didn't immediately understand the point. This was something that could only be a benefit. Sure, if the number of perspectives he saw started to grow it could eventually give him some trouble, but wait, this is actually a challenge. He thought happily, understanding what was going on. At least for anyone else. How's a standard mortal with only a single mind going to process all of this? As for me with a cool 12 and some very complementary skills to go with them, well, it looks like dear Assface made a blunder right at the finish line. The fact he had any good news he could take was already great, and it became all the more so as he went on his way. The multiple points of view let him see anything coming his way, or at least he thought. It was only a brief glimmer, but the moment he'd spotted it he was thrown through the air, having seconds to try to land without major injuries, his coat taking much of the damage but still ending with a broken finger in the process. Damn. Okay, that's what I get for feeling confident for a second. That's on me. He muttered to himself as he got up and ran, doing his best to pay more attention to his mana sense as he went. Since every magic he had was of the non-affinity variety, that was where it was strongly geared to, meaning he should be able to see anything that was thrown at him, but it all came down to his reaction speed. Something like that last attack could only be dealt with by responding immediately, and he was still only at the starting line. Without the buffs he'd been relying on the entire time, there was a very real chance it would take him a day to get to the exit. Maybe even more. Despite his altogether average agility, he pushed every point of stamina he had despite the pain throughout his body to keep going, all of his mind's busy keeping track of the surrounding trial to look for any changes while at the same time throwing himself out of the way of any attack he saw. It was only as he was on the ground from dodging one, struggling to get up, that the clairvoyance forced on his mind was showing him something he didn't know how to deal with. An attack coming on all sides. It seemed like the trial had decided to kill him then and there, at least that was the only way he could interpret it. All around at every distance he could see, what looked like crystals made of pure mana were popping into existence in the air. With the second after they appeared, they seemed to lock onto his direction, rocketing through space towards him. Even though it was pointless, the speed they were moving being too great, he ran as hard as he could, mentally watching everything around him as the first attack arrived, aimed at his feet. In that split second, he jumped and avoided it, only for the next one to hit his back as he did, throwing him through the air as the enchantments on his jacket took most of the damage but leaving him with a broken rib as he landed on his feet and continued to run. Ignorite ignorite. No matter how much it sucks, dying will suck more. He felt a migraine forming on top of all of the other aches and pains his body was going through as he pushed his minds to see every little thing, jumping and dodging to get out of the way, taking the hits he couldn't avoid but doing his best to ensure they were both hitting the jacket and pushing him forward each time, getting him a little closer towards his goal off in the distance. Eventually, dodging became less of a conscious effort. His body moved before he realized he needed to, with the priority being on always protecting his legs. If he couldn't run, he couldn't dodge, couldn't make it to the exit. A death sentence if it was allowed. He saw the occasional shimmer in the air and kept on guard, avoiding it if it got too close and keeping aware of anything off in the distance if it looked like trouble, as the attacks on him only got more frequent and worse. The mana constructs being fired at him had changed from a blunt shape to violent spikes. Thankfully nothing that could get through the enchantments on his jacket to skewer him, but an even greater danger for his exposed flesh than anything else. And it was as he was dodging one of those that he ended up in a trap. He couldn't even call it a misstep. It was a trade-off to keep a leg from being cut off where he'd mistaken what he'd have to deal with. It was as he dodged one of the oncoming attacks that he found himself with two choices and not much time to decide. Either avoiding it by moving into the path of multiple mana blades or else jumping to a faint glow of mana on the ground, thinking he'd be violently tossed forward again as he did. It was only as he hit that glow and walls of mana closed in around him that he realized his mistake. He was thoroughly trapped in tight quarters, enough room to move but only barely, and every mana blade in the area seemed to pick up on that fact, all of them changing directions in the air to fly right at him. Time seemed to slow down as Ben reacted. He didn't move with any level of conscious thought, his body only instinctively doing what it could to try to survive as he curled into a ball, doing his best to cover his head and legs with his jacket as he did three different things with his mana. Using the effects of both his crafting and material user, he strengthened the jacket itself as much as he could to take the impact, while the third was him acting at each impact site. The moment the walls trapping him came down, the first attack struck, with Ben directing the power of his destruction skill at it in the instant it made contact. He had no clue if it would work, no clue if it would do anything at all, given that he was rationing just how much mana he put into that bit of defense to prepare for the other coming blows, but given that the skill could break enchantments as well, he was more than willing to bet it could affect mana in general, with that gamble being just enough to save his life. It didn't immediately break the blade of mana, but it weakened it enough that it shattered as it impacted his strengthened coat, with each one that followed doing the same. His defense felt like walking on a knife's edge. He couldn't see what was happening with his eyes as he protected his head, instead needing to rely on the clairvoyance of the trial to hold out for him, and he needed to handle each strike precisely. He didn't have the mana to spare to be wasteful with it, which meant the instant any attack made contact he needed to hit it with as much destruction as he could afford, feeling his body get all the more battered as he did. The few broken bones he had screaming at him as he was sure he also gained a few more sprains. Just saying, system, I'd really like a pain resistance skill right now. It would be real handy. Unfortunately for him, it seemed it was feeling less generous than when he'd gained his resistance and healing enhancements as no notifications went off in his head. His entire body felt like a bruise, but eventually the bombardment slowed enough that he could move, getting out and back to his desperate escape. He could tell he'd slowed down, not due to any trial effect but solely as a result of the effect all of the accumulated damage had on his body. He hadn't even been able to let himself heal from the previous section, and now here he was, already getting pummeled even more. Despite the pain, despite the damage, though, he was almost free. The exit was growing closer and closer before his eyes as he went until he was minutes away. He had no clue how many hours he'd endured, pushing himself beyond his limits, but he felt just a touch of hope as it threw one final thing his way. The moment he got close enough, something changed. His mana sense screamed at him as the entire area lit up, as if a switch had been flicked, and he was forced to the ground. Not by any barrier or push of mana, but from an increase in the trial's overall gravity. There it is, a horrifying aspect of magic I never could have guessed at. Gravity control. He hadn't known such a thing was possible. He'd never heard of any non-affinitied magic that ruled over it, but it was just more evidence to his growing belief that non-affinitied magic could do anything if a person had the correct understanding of it. Evidence that was in the middle of crushing him, knocking the air from his lungs and holding him against the ground as another volley of attacks came his way. He tried to move, but even just getting into the sitting position was a struggle as he felt his bones straining under the weight of his own body. He couldn't get more than small gasps of air, and even exhaling was proving to be a challenge. The air he took in sitting heavy in his lungs and not wanting to leave. His freedom was so close yet so far away. What would have taken him moments to get to now felt like an unsurpassable gulf, with only one option available to him as he saw the closest projectile coming his way. With all the force he could manage, he brought one leg up and pressed it firmly into the ground, waiting for the strike he knew would come as the blade of mana grew ever closer. He forced as much mana into his jacket as he could, strengthening it to prepare for the strike, and the moment it made contact with him, he didn't try to weaken it with his destruction the way he had last time, instead kicking off the ground as it threw him, trying to direct the way he went and feeling one final problem as he was thrown to the exit. That last strike was the strongest yet, beating out the powerful enchantments he'd made as it broke through the enhanced barrier that reacted to it, slipping through the leather and mithril lining of it and plunging into his gut. With no healer to help, the pain was nauseating, but as he reacted to the blow, using his destruction to destroy the mana blade before it could get too deep in him, that final act of desperation did its job. His body was tossed through the air and slid across the ground until he was at the edge of the exit, and with a feeling of even more fingers breaking under the strain of the raised gravity, he pulled himself through, finally free of the trial. Ben found himself in a much smaller room than any other time he'd finished a section and thought it to be a good sign. There was no fountain for water nor table for food, and while the pile of old items was still there, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The only difference he could see was a small stand with a bound book placed on top of it, and seconds later the appearance of a star. Star was the best way to describe it, at least, even if it didn't feel like it was burning hot, nor was it large, only being about his size as it hovered above him. It wasn't blazing just red or yellow or blue, but instead the light it gave off was similar to the light in Hilori's horns, looking like all branches of mana were swirling together to make whatever it was. It pricked at his sacrilege, but not in a way he knew what to make of. It didn't seem like a god, a fact all the more likely if it was true the trial maker was dead, but instead it felt the same as if he was looking at the statue of one. Something with some faith to it, but not true divinity that only began to make sense as it spoke up. "Congratulations," it began, pulsing and changing with the word. "To be the first people to complete my challenge on this world, you've surely done your races and your gods proud. I am the great god Galwax, or at least I was. All you see before you is nothing more than an image or an echo to leave my final message and my reward. And some healing would be nice," Ben muttered as he pressed his hand against his bleeding wound. Not that there was anything there to hear him as the message went on. "My people were a proud race of warrior mages, or at least they were when they arrived, a threat I'm sure you're all too aware of. Centuries can change the shape of a culture, but at least at that point they were at their best to fight. They even survived to the third wave, striking a heavy blow in the process against the monsters that came to conquer. But in the end they still lost, choosing to fight to the last of them instead of fleeing. I'm sure your race was great, but if you could hurry it up, 'cause I think I'm dying." Of course, I had to do the same as well. As their god it was only right, but not before coming to this world. A passing void god had informed me of this refuge, and though I had no one to bring, I did have things I didn't want to fall into enemy hands. The trial, which can operate independent of myself absolutely should have left it for them, you evil Batar. And the archive on the table, an item I gifted the people of my world able to store their most valuable knowledge. An item that could be used by the many races of this world as well. That was enough to make Ben's anger at the god briefly disappear as he threw his head away from the image of Galwax to the book he'd only glanced at before, looking at it with the limited analysis his crafting gave him in order to see its rank, and finding the pain in his body instantly forgotten as he saw what it was. A middle mythic item sitting there and free for the taking. He felt himself begin to drool as he looked at it, doing his best to keep at least some of his minds on the image of the dead god to see if it had anything else important to say. "Since I didn't stay long enough to learn to interact with the system here, the rewards I give will be limited. I have no skill to bequeath you, but in its place I believe selling that should allow however many of you made it through to live as emperors for the rest of your lives. Speaking of which, it's time to discuss how you did." the star said, staying silent for a few moments before briefly flaring up. A part of me can't believe I'm even bothering to set up the recording and reward parameters for this. But in the spirit of looking after every possibility, I have no choice but to accept that, however unlikely, it is possible. In a trial designed to let up to 27 people take it, you've somehow completed it with only 2 and no deaths. Considering the previous record for such a thing was 5, you should consider yourselves to be outstanding. There's going to be 2 more deaths if you don't get on with it and let us out of here, Ben yelled out as it went on. Not only that, but to have finished the trial in only 14 days. While that has been accomplished by members of my own race, I have to say that your achievement was extraordinary. 14 days? It's been like 2.5 months. What are you? He trailed off as the answer occurred to him. He'd been freezing the counter within the rest areas. All the time he'd spent in there hadn't been recorded for the trial to acknowledge, leaving Ben feeling supremely smug in the process. I left enough of myself to pass on my blessing to a full team, but it will be all the greater for the fact that it won't go nearly so divided. As well, as mentioned, I cannot give you a skill as seems to be the common reward. However, I will do the one other thing I can to pay off this massive achievement. A soul can only grow so much at once. I will stretch the limits of what I can give for both your life force and mana. Use it well. As those words were said and the notifications went off in his head, he felt something change within him and checked his card to see just how much his mana and vitality had grown, having high hopes that instantly crashed to the ground. It looked like both values, as well as his regeneration rates, had all grown by 30%. It wasn't nothing, especially considering the fact that he'd been under greed's buffs for so long, he hadn't seen any real growth to his attributes. But at the same time, considering all he'd been through, it felt insignificant. Even a 100% increase would have felt low after that, but as things stood, it was hard to say he felt the achievement had been properly rewarded. Then again, I just got my hands on a mythic item, so maybe I shouldn't be so quick to complain. That fact alone made what felt like an altogether weak reward significantly more worthwhile and kept him from feeling too cheated as he finished listening to the end of the speech. As a final gift, the same I'd give to any of my worshippers, all that the trial has is yours. You may take all of the treasures left from failed participants. When the door opens, the trial won't commence again for a full day on this planet. It should give you plenty of time to take whatever there is out. Know that all of the power left within to grant a reward has been used up, however the trial will still run. It is my hope that the people of this world will use it to train and grow, but spread that there's nothing to be gained from it other than their own self-improvement. I've removed the covenant on it so its details may be shared freely. I can only hope it's put to good use. Once again, I congratulate you, trial takers. Wait, so if literally anyone had completed it in the past, I would have been able to learn what we were dealing with ahead of time? Oh, you know, good awful. You want this crap thing to keep being used? I'm going to make sure that never happens. With that, the image of the god faded away, leaving him to hear the sound of a door opening behind him and letting him breathe a deep sigh of relief through the pain. He was done. They were free. The first thing he did was grab the book, the archive, and tossed it into his bag to hide it away before turning for his exit, or at least what was supposed to be his exit. As he saw the open door with nothing but a wall of stone behind it, he couldn't help but scream as he made his way over to it, fruitlessly punching it, not paying any mind to his broken fingers as his flesh tore against it, bleeding all the more. He wasn't bothering putting pressure on his wound any longer, his pounding heart making his blood pour out all the faster. After everything they'd been through, everything they survived, they were still trapped. A familiar voice exploded in his mind. As his god was processing everything, his apostle's survival and severe injuries, the wall came down, letting Ben see the sun for the first time in months as tears began to fall from his eyes, his emotions overwhelmingly him and only being shoved away when he noticed an unexpected yet familiar face waiting for him, wide-eyed and shocked as he came out. The horror he'd been feeling when he thought he was still trapped melted away as he realized he was really free. I can't tell you how good it is to see your face, Abris. Tell me Thera's still around somewhere, he said as he walked to the man, only to fall towards him, landing in his chest as his injured body gave out, making the Great Spirit scream out, "Every light and life spirit in the area, to me now! Wait, So you're telling me that we both almost died 'cause legs bruised some guy's ego? Greed asked a few hours after they'd been treated. They'd gotten out in the early hours of the morning, but as they were being healed, passerby had noticed the door open and word had spread, resulting in them both waking up to a crowd that Abris was keeping away from them. Wall erected to force them to keep their distance, while any that tried to jump them were locked into the earth. That would be the gist of it. He's already been put to death, so neither of you can exact any revenge. But I'm less concerned about that than whatever the point of all of this is. He was asking in regards to the first thing Ben had asked for help with when he was well enough, a spiral ramp that the Great Spirit had erected around the circumference of the trial in a corkscrew shape, giving Ben access to every inch of the wall as he did after all of the items within had been pulled out and the doors shut tightly. A different bit of revenge, he said as he chugged a mana potion as Greed's numerous buffs were in place, letting him push his new level of mana to an even greater limit as he walked along the wall, looking at each enchantment and stimulating them the same way he had been to make it give them extra food. He wasn't sure if it would work, if the desperate gamble he'd considered before was even possible, but it was the only way he could think to try and get back at the god who'd made it, as well as ensure that nobody would have to suffer through it again, especially now that there was no reward to give. The trial wasn't meant to have so many parts activated at once. The magic on it was meant to be invoked floor by floor as each one was complete, but Ben was stimulating everything he saw to act, enchantments he'd never even decoded doing whatever awful thing they did, and by the time he'd made it to the 6th floor it had worked. Before the eyes of everyone around, the trial vanished into the air as all of the magic within being activated at once forced it past the power limit on that layer of reality, leaving an empty space in its place. A satisfied grin spread out over his face as the surrounding crowd exploded at the sight, none knowing what to make of what just happened as Ben made his way down the ramp back to Abris, who let out a worried chuckle. "You really are an interesting boy, you know that?" the Great Spirit said, wondering if Ben was about to suffer some sort of divine retribution so soon after gaining his freedom. "What can I say? I really freaking hated that place. Also, the god that made it said that all the trial had was mine so I could do with it what I wanted. Well, I guess I was splitting it with greed. Sorry if you wanted to keep it, man. Screw that place and good riddance." The crab spat, getting a laugh from Ben. "Well, do you mind if I use this land? I'll pay you properly for it, I swear. Hell legs. Do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to complain." "Sweet. Hey Abris, mind if I get your help with one more thing before anyone in all faith sees this land up for grabs and decides it's theirs to keep or sell?" "Ha! Ben, honestly, I'm just so happy to see you alive, and well, that's so long as it isn't too unreasonable, I'll do it. I mean, considering just how powerful you are, I don't think it's unreasonable at least, but here's what I'm thinking." Ben took the time to explain exactly what he had in mind, and in great detail too, to the Great Earth Spirit who was listening carefully to exactly what he wanted before fulfilling the request, giving the crowd around another incredible sight as the powerful being built a cathedral then and there, raising it from the ground to end with something smaller than the trial had been, but being as glamorous as any church on earth, with a fair amount of cubes mixed into it to denote his god before he turned to the crowd of onlookers and yelled out, silencing them all before he said the only thing he needed to. "When we beat the trial, the god who'd made it said that everything he had was ours to do with. As far as I'm concerned, that includes the land, so from now on, this is being used for the Church of the God Myriad. If anyone has a problem with it, feel free to speak up now, but your complaints will be ignored." He was expecting some opposition but got none, everyone there being too impressed by the display of power that occurred to say anything in the face of it, let alone try to argue it. Myriad basically sobbed in his head. "Ha, well, just remember that the next time I do anything less than acceptable. I am a level 8 sacrilege holder now after all, it's gonna happen." "Ha! I'm glad to hear you too, man. Honestly, I missed you. Now to just find—" His thought was cut off as a cloaked figure made their way to the front of the crowd and hopped the wall, not being stopped by Abris as they ran straight at him, tackling him to the ground in their haste to get him in a tight hug, their face pressed into his chest and leaving his shirt damp. "You idiot. Do you have any idea how worried I was this entire time?" she said, not pulling her face away. "I think I must have lost decades of my life to how scared I was." He wrapped his arms around her too as he laid there, feeling content and truly at peace for the first time in weeks. "I'm back, Thera. Thank you for taking so much time to teach me," Thera said graciously to the group of life spirits around her who had been spending the last few weeks by her side, educating her on the finer points of the magic and the structures of the living things she was hunting in exchange for consistently transferring the mana to reproduce and recover. "Of course, Earthkin, but it is you we owe thanks. Even if still low, any recovery to our numbers is a gift. We will leave you to your own tasks before coming again." With that, well over 100 of the spirits left, leaving her to get back to her magic practice as she focused on the carnage beneath her. As she continued to use the same spot in the woods over the last few months, the landscape had irrevocably changed. Beasts of enough power had knocked down the trees around her, and the color of the earth itself had been permanently marked by the blood and carnage, at least what could be seen through the piles of bones. She also no longer bothered wearing either her cloak or her brace so deep into the woods, if only for the practical reason that she couldn't keep practicing there if she did. So many thousands of beasts had died during her months of training there that she was sure she'd all but exterminated the monster populations in the region. If she didn't leave herself uncovered, then nothing would be drawn. Even now, she was looking at a meager 10 monsters below her, fighting to the death in their frenzy as she watched, empowering some and weakening others to keep the balance, healing all of them so they could keep going, and through all of that, occasionally using her telekinesis to help level her job. It was still hard to use on a moving target, the magical effect taking too long to activate and letting any beast that began to feel it escape from her grasp. But that didn't mean she couldn't do anything. As with her other magics, she used the time to experiment, applying enough force to distract one creature, letting another seize the opportunity to attack and getting an advantage, pouring out mana at some swipes of the talon or claw to either lessen the blow it would deal or give its target the split second to move out of the way, or pressing down on all of them, creating a crushing force that could be shaken but still provided an additional challenge to what happened down below. Still, I really should start thinking about finding a new hunting ground. Maybe go through a different gate instead and set up another wall. Either way, I can worry about it later. For now, I guess I should finish up. She decided to throw the creatures below her into a greater frenzy to end things, not using her life magic to heal or strengthen any of them, and instead letting it come to an end as she squeezed as much of her dark magic into the spell as she could, only for two things to happen. She leveled up her dark magic and she felt her staff break. It was something that shouldn't have been shocking. Even though it was able to stand up to the power of her magic, Ben had still been maintaining it at the end of each day. The fact that it had lasted for over 2 months of almost continuous use without him was a testament to bother her growing control and the skill that went into its creation. But as it shattered to dust in her grasp, she felt her heart twist as she had to stop herself from crying out, instead just staring at her now empty hand. Her staff that Ben had worked so hard to make her had just vanished with the wind. The thing she'd been relying on, letting her accomplish so much, was gone, just like its maker. She sat there, overwhelmed by the world and trying to keep the waves of emotions from getting to her. Ben had said he hadn't given up, and she believed him. As long as she knew he was still alive, she knew he would do everything he could to make it out. But it didn't make things easier. It was as she stamped down her feelings, trying to keep from breaking down, that she let out a sad mutter. "I just want to see you." Getting back to all faith hadn't been easy without a staff. She still carried herself on a flat stone through the forest, moving it under the power of her telekinesis as she did. But that magic was still low enough that she lacked control. She had to move slowly and carefully to keep herself safe, and combined with her terrible mood, it became all the harder. It had been a very productive day level-wise, but she couldn't make herself happy about that. Her ability to train had just taken a massive blow. She would need to buy a new ST. No, she didn't want a new staff, at least not from anyone but Ben. She could use the time to get better at wielding her magics without it, even if it would be much less efficient. She couldn't make herself consider anything else. With that resolution clear in her heart, unshaking despite how unnecessary it might have seemed, she decided to go back to her room at the embassy, debating whether she should even take her regular detour as she did. "There isn't even any reason to. I should just go rest already," she told herself as her feet ignored her thoughts the same way they always did. She just couldn't keep herself from stopping by the trial, no matter how meaningless the act seemed to be. Only that day it suddenly stopped being so. It took a while for her to understand what seemed wrong as she made her way over, but when it clicked in place she froze in her tracks. While a few races and groups had buildings of comparable sizes within the city, the Dead Gods trial was still one of the larger ones, making an obvious mark on the skyline for all to see. A mark that was now gone. As soon as she came back to her senses she rushed off, pushing every bit of agility she had as her thoughts turned to the worst, imaging every sort of horror scenario as her heart pounded away until she got to the sight of a large crowd, a new smaller building in place of the trial there to be seen. She didn't understand what was happening but pushed her way through to get a better look, not concerned about the people around her and only taking enough care to ensure nobody touched her flesh as she tried to see her father, to get some sort of explanation on what happened, only to get to the front and lock her eyes on someone else entirely. Standing there, his head lightly cocked to the side like any time he was speaking to his god, was Ben. His hair was longer and he was altogether a mess, looking pale from a lack of sunlight and wearing horribly torn and beaten clothing, but he was right before her eyes. Without any thought in the act, she hopped the stone fence that was keeping the crowd back and rushed to his, only meaning to hug him but tackling him in her haste, bringing them both to the ground as she failed to rein in her emotions any longer, tears coming to her eyes with her joy and relief. "You idiot! Do you have any idea how worried I was this entire time?" she told him as she held him tight, not wanting those to be her first words on their reunion but also being the ones that came the most naturally as her feelings went out of control. "I think I must have lost decades of my life to how scared I was." It was as the words left her mouth that she felt him hold her back, a tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying for so long melting away as he did. "I'm back, Thera." Eventually, Abris forced the crowd to disperse, and while Ben got the Great Spirit to agree to host Greed, with the two of them still having things they needed to discuss, they both decided that was for a later day as he and Thera made their way back to the embassy. When he looked at her, he had so much he wanted to say. He'd just been through a living nightmare, but seeing her was like a dream. He thought his feelings were going to spill out, but what he said ended up being completely different. "I need to redo the enchantment on your brace." "Oh, sure. I guess it's getting late anyway," she said as she watched the sun sink off in the distance and took his arm in her own, holding it tight as if he might escape otherwise. "Let's go." On the way there and as they made it back they talked while Ben took a seat on her bed, her brace in one hand and her hand in his other as they told each other just what they'd missed. Ben tried to give a simpler explanation on the more extreme parts of his ordeal, while at the same time he thought Thera was skimming over plenty herself, with her time alone being chalked up to training in the woods as she waited for him, but he didn't intend to push. He couldn't have been happier for her growth while she seemed almost amused by his. "So not only did you awaken a second skill and get both of them to the first level, but in less than 3 months you took 2 non-affinitied magics from the Zeroth to the 4th? You really are ridiculous. I mean, when you look at all the job bonuses going to both of them, it's not that shocking, not to mention having a proper blessing mage with me. Being able to practice continually helps a lot. That's a higher level than some people would get after years of practice, but whatever, I'm not even surprised. I'm just happy mine are all still higher. Well, except my charm, but that's for the best too. Honestly, how embarrassing would it be to have any lower magic levels than you?" she said with a laugh. "Ha! Well, you better keep practicing or I'm going to catch up. It might take some time to finish the tank job now that I'm not on the constant verge of dying. But the moment I do I'm taking Master Craftsman and I can only imagine how good those bonuses are going to be for me. Well, I'll have to do my best. Any other crazy things happen to your status I should know about? Man, there's been so many changes I don't even know." He listed everything he could remember, stopping to answer any of her questions as he did while the hours passed by through the night and the morning rays of the sun began to make their way through the window. Despite how much more mana he had and how fast he now regenerated it, it was still taking him just as long to make the enchantment as any of the past times he'd done it. The reason for that was simple. Despite how much more mana he had access to, given the immense increase to his enchanting as a whole since it awakened, he was now able to make it with an overwhelming level of skill compared to the past, but that meant it was still going to take time. If he would have been content to have it as good as what existed before, he was sure he could have finished in at most an hour, but he knew he could do so much better and wanted to see just how that would pay off in the end. Yes, obviously yes. I just want to get this out of the way before I immediately do something that might ruin our friendship. We'll see. He finished it up as his god spoke into his mind, and even he had to admit that he'd created a thing of beauty with it. Anyone with the mana sense to see the structure of what he'd created would be blown away at the delicate weaves of mana, all but forming a silken tapestry to wrap around what Thera constantly gave off. If he was right, then combining all of the level 8 skill rings he'd gotten from her mother, along with dark resistance enhancement and his own resistance enhancement, should have put her effect at a distance to around 6 and her effect on contact to 16 after considering how his new skill should interact with it, accounting for how her charm had leveled up since he'd last updated the enchantment. It just came down to actually testing it. He got a passimeter from one of his bags Thera had in her room and set it up to measure what she gave off. Feeling his eyes widen as he double and triple checked, doing everything he could to make sure he was right before he spoke up. "Something wrong?" she asked as she watched him react, only for him to quickly shake his head. "No, just hold it and we'll see your effect on contact," he told her as he handed it over, watching 3 of the 10 standing pegs fall. "So what am I currently at?" she asked, taking her eyes away from the passimeter to see the wide grin stretching across Ben's face. "On contact, 7. At a distance though, 0. Congrats, Thera." She felt her own eyes widen at his words, not able to believe what she had heard at first. Are you sure?" "As I can be. I triple-checked to make sure I set up the passimeter right and that there was nothing keeping them standing. From the looks of it, the greater skill I have to work with is keeping any of your charm from leaking out. Hell, if I level up my enchanting some more, I might not even need to get higher level skills, though it would still let me improve your brace more, so it would be worth it in the long run. You'll still have to be a bit covered up, but it looks like you won't need the cloak anymore." It was too much to process. She blinked a few times, feeling his hand squeeze hers as she looked at him, her emotions exploding as only 2 small words came out. "Thank you." Yeah, I know. So listen, Thera," he said awkwardly, suddenly feeling a pressure he hadn't even experienced with his life on the line. "There's something I want to say, tell you, there's something I want you to know." He was stumbling over his words, suddenly feeling like a bundle of nerves as Thera immediately perked up at his tone, her eyes glued to him and filled with expectations. He trailed off as the far too many minds in his head showed him every way saying how he felt could go wrong, keeping the words tight in his throat. I could just say I like you, and if she takes it poorly, play it off as her being an important friend." "Yeah, why don't I do that?" Myriad asked, disappointment in his voice. "Hey, I'll have you know that cowardice is a very useful survival strategy. I may not even be here now if I wasn't a bit of a coward." "Ben, I've been thinking," Thera cut in, fiddling with the necklace he'd made her with her free hand as a golden blush spread across her face. You know how I don't want certain things in my future? I mean, I didn't, but I've had plenty of time to think, and maybe I actually do." Her voice grew smaller and smaller with each word as her face shined in the light of the morning sun, and she shrunk in her bed, the cover pulled up to try and hide some of her embarrassed expression. "All right, if that wasn't a sign to say what I want to, then I don't know what is." "I love you, Thera," he told her gently. "I know you've said you aren't looking for that sort of thing, and I get it. You're one of the most important people in my life, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable saying this, and I don't want it to ruin our friendship. But while I was in there, I just couldn't help but think how much I'd regret never actually saying it. I know I'm the guy that makes your braces, and I don't want you to feel obligated to respond, and I don't want to put you in a weird position, though I guess I already did, but dash." He knew he was rambling, having so much he wanted to say as all of the thoughts in his head struggled to get out. But she stopped him easily, wrapping her arms around him and silencing him with her lips. In that moment his mind went blank while he kissed her back, enjoying the feeling until she gently parted, resting her forehead against his own. "I love you too, you idiot. So don't do anything to scare me like that again." The words left him over the moon as his heart pounded. But even still, he couldn't stop himself from speaking. "I mean, are you sure? I know you're worried about our lifespans and the future, Ben. I'm so tired of worrying about the future. I just want to enjoy what I have now. Unless you're worried, she asked, shooting him a nervous look. Instead of responding immediately, he kissed her again, feeling so very happy to be alive as he did. Eventually, Thera pulled away, her face shining, even as she smiled. So what now then? Well, Ben started. If we look at the order we've done things, we got engaged, moved in together, confirmed our mutual love, and then kissed. If we continue on doing romance, the complete opposite of how my race typically does, that means it's probably about time for me to take you on a date if you're free today. My schedule is completely open, she told him happily. Maybe just give me a few minutes to tidy up? Sure, I could use some fresh clothing myself, Ben said as he looked around, seeing all of his bags in her room. Was my room taken? No, but I wanted to look after your stuff just in case. I'll meet you outside in a bit. Sounds good. They parted just long enough to get dressed, Ben washing up quickly as he did. Given the constant supply of water in the trial, he had managed to clean up at least a bit, but there was dried blood on him from the end of it that he wanted to scrub off, as well as soaping up for the first time in months to get rid of the feeling of grime. He did it all as quick as he could, not wanting to leave Thera waiting while Myriad's voice filled his head. You are way too invested in this man. What can I say? I don't really think about how close I get with people. Anyway, Myriad, being able to hear you again is wonderful. I can honestly say that one of my bigger worries in there was dying without getting to thank you for all you've done for me, as well as just being there in my life. I want you to know I appreciate it. Having said that, don't go talking my ear off during my first official date with Thera. He knew silence was the best he could hope for given the overall lack of privacy he seemed to have to live with. Even now, he wouldn't be surprised if some of the Grey were watching him from their reality. It was just something to ignore as he stepped out of his room and saw Thera waiting for him. Still rocking the cloak? He questioned as he saw her in it. Her hood was down so he could see her face at least, but he'd been expecting her to jump at the chance to get out of it and wear something different. I don't really have anything packed that doesn't leave my arms exposed. Unless you have any ideas today, maybe we could do some shopping? Sounds good to me, but first breakfast. Thera gave a bright smile and shook her head as she took his arm and they walked out of the embassy, thinking that it was the same as any time he wanted to get food. But after the trial, the need for a good meal ran so much deeper. All he'd had to eat in that time was the bread-like substance it was able to provide. It sustained him in there, but as far as he was concerned, eating that had only been keeping him alive, it hadn't been living. He needed real food, and as they found the closest restaurant that was both open and seemed to be high quality, they took their seats on the outdoor patio as Ben pored over the menu. The issue was that he couldn't decide what to pick. Everything seemed like it would be delicious, but while he wasn't averse to getting himself a couple plates, it was too early in the day. He had hours that he wanted to spend with Thera. He didn't want to be too full to move just because his eyes were bigger than his stomach. Ha! I can see exactly what you're thinking, Thera teased. You're practically drooling on the page. Get as much as you want, Ben, I won't judge. Ah, no I shouldn't, he told her, chuckling awkwardly. This is our first date. I don't want to be out of commission if I eat too much. I want to spend the day having fun with you. It's fine, I'll settle on one in a bit. Well, get two, she said as she watched him struggle, putting up a hand before he could argue. I haven't been eating well since you've been gone anyway. We can split the second one and you can try some of whatever I get for myself. Okay. Oh God. I really do love you. She blushed as he said it and looked away while he made his choices, with their waiter coming to take their order soon after, leaving them alone again while they waited for their food. Ben took his eyes off Thera to watch the passing crowds go through the streets, the light of the sun pouring down over all of them. All sights he hadn't known for sure he'd ever see again, all of them comforting reminders of his freedom. He only looked away as he felt Thera's hand on his, gently holding it and bringing him back to the present. Are you okay, Ben? She asked him, having seen the distant look in his eye. I am now. Just a lot to do though. After today I should really stop by to see Jake and Amy to let them know I'm alive. Gotta collect my payment too. I'll need to pop through the gate to see Steph and we'll too on top of a bunch of letters to send explaining why I haven't been writing. and I should probably stop by Analia to let your mom know I survived and tell her the news about us. Oh gods, we are not telling my parents, she told him with a look of horror on her face. Ha, what? Embarrassed by me already? Thera shook her head. Mom wanted this too badly. I refused to give her the satisfaction, at least immediately. We'll tell Auntie and Uncle though. Okay? Sounds good. Man, I can't wait to see Fox's face when he finds out. Or when he finds out I lived for that matter, Ben said with a laugh. He's not getting out of having an apprentice that easily. Ben, Uncle was heartbroken when he thought you were going to die. He's going to be thrilled to see you. Oh, I'm sure he will be. I'm going to have to cook a big celebration meal for all of us when I'm back too. See just what this crazy skill does for my cooking when I go all out. Ha, well, if you want we can leave tonight. I wouldn't mind getting back to Auntie too. And the clinic is probably having it rough since I've been away so much longer than expected. Even if I'm not a permanent member, I'll need to do what I can when I'm back. Ah, I'll need to be here for at least one more day, maybe two, he told her apologetically. I'll need to meet up with Greed to sort some things out, not to mention get my meeting with Jake's teachers. If you need to leave though, I can catch up before you know it. Ben, if you think I'm letting you out of my sight ever again, then you're out of your mind, she said in an instant, softening as she continued. I don't want to leave you when I just got you back. Well, in that case we'll have to make the bits of time when I'm not too busy with those chores as fun as possible. What do you say? See some shows and performances? I think there's a couple museums in the city too, those could be fun. And we could always ask anyone working at the embassy for some suggestions too. Sounds great to me. I'm looking forward to lots of dates from here on out. He lost himself in her smile as they locked eyes, still holding hands as they enjoyed the moment. Everything in life was good. He was safe and alive, and had only grown from the nightmare of an experience he'd gone through. He'd gotten his hands on a mythic artifact of some sort and had that to play with, at least depending on how his conversation with Greed went, and he was just at the beginning of a romantic relationship with the person he cared for most. All of his minds were abuzz in their joy, but also active enough to pick up on every subtlety that happened at once. Thera's eyelids twitched, alerting him to the fact that she'd switched to looking over his shoulder at the same time noise sprung up around them. And fractions of a second later her eyes widened and smile fell away as her expression turned to one of shock, with the sounds he was hearing finally registering. He was hearing thousands of screams as people everywhere began to panic, and with a feeling of dread he turned to see just what had caught Thera's eye. Off in the distance, just outside the city, a beam of light was stretching into the sky for all to see, marking the spot like a beacon. He didn't immediately understand what it was, what was causing so much panic in everyone with its arrival. It was strange, but it seemed relatively harmless, at least until his thoughts clicked into place. What the world had been waiting for and hoped would never actually come, the reason he and his classmates had even been brought to that planet in the first place. That beacon of light was a sign that in a single year a gate would appear in its place, as well as hundreds of other locations on the planet, marking the beginning of the invasion and potentially the end of the world. We really should have tried to plan this better, Ibaru thought to himself as he tried to push through the chaos of the streets around Craftsman's Tower to get to the gate. He'd been fulfilling his role as head of the Craftsman's Guild as he always had, taking meetings, approving the buying and sales of different supplies and rare materials, and just as importantly, browsing the latest published works, or at least the ones his assistants had already gone through and deemed to be the most valuable. There was too much information produced across the world for one man to be able to view it all the more being made ever since the Greys had revealed themselves and offered their aid, but it was important that he at least try to stay up to date on just what was being discovered. It was as he was going through different project funding proposals, though, that he'd been alerted to what was happening, the first signs of the invasion beginning, a warning to the world that was more legend to its inhabitants than anything else that pulled him from his office to see panic descend the streets. A scene that would be playing out all over the world, or at least any location close enough to one of the invasion points for people to become immediately aware of it, and the reactions were instantaneous. Rioting and looting as people lost control of their base instincts, some individuals and families hiding away while others tried to go through the gate to get to wherever they needed to be. The gate itself was large, as was the space within that people had to walk through to travel between areas. But for the first time in his life, Ibaru saw it packed. The crowd of people pushed up against each other in a constant fight and struggle, each in someone else's way. He was one of the few not experiencing any difficulty getting through. He had a large frame, and even before he'd first awakened to skill, he had an unusually high level of strength thanks to his parent races, the bonuses that came with awakening pushing it all the higher and making it easy to shove people to the side to get to his destination. A smaller mixed city by the name of Elgith, its population being low enough to keep it from being an invasion point, which helped keep things comparatively calmer. He could see the panic on people's faces, the worst of them having been outsiders like him, seeing the beams of light rise into the sky and spelling their downfall, but he ignored all of that. At least for a few days he expected the chaos to continue. He wanted to reach his destination and be done with before the streets became too much to rush through. Walking for a bit, he found an unassuming building out of the way and took out a key, letting himself into what was nothing more than a meeting room. It was private and out of the way though, with the only people who knew about it being the 9 that were already there, seated and waiting. "It looks like I'm late," he said with a laugh as he took his seat, getting a shake of his head from a hooded mage off to the side. "I've told you again and again you'd regret having your office so far from the gate once things commenced." Ibaru. Anyone could have predicted the reactions. "I couldn't very well move the entire guild headquarters, could I? I still say that we should have arranged this meeting for a week after instead of everyone having to rush here once the sign came down. And what would we do if some of the gates were closed down?" the siren among them asked. There was word some were thinking about it to contain any panic. Depending on how fast anyone implements it, some of us might not even be able to make it home after this. A different person of a race Ibaru was never able to identify shook their head. There's bigger things going on, even if a city wanted to. They'd never have the chance to block off their gate right away. They'll be better off trying to keep any panic and destruction to a minimum. "Of course we have people destroying their own lands now," another laughed. "Why wait for the demons to do it for us when we can get a head start?" "Enough," the mage said, silencing them all. "We aren't here for this. We're here to discuss our progress on each project. Now more than ever it's important. I know that we were all hoping for more time, but we need to work with what we have available. First of all, we need to be honest and allocate resources appropriately. Who here would say that given the time frame, their work is completely non-viable?" 3 of them raised their hands, each looking annoyed to have to admit such a thing. If they'd had another decade, then things would be different, but the time frame they were on had simply become far too tight. The mage gave a nod though, happy to have the honesty to make things easier. "All right, I'll talk with you all after and we'll figure out how to incorporate your resources and people into the other groups. For now though, I want an update. When will you all be ready?" "The second wave at the earliest, maybe the third if we have poor luck in our tests," the siren admitted, feeling annoyed as she did. They had all been hoping for more time. Even a couple years could have turned the tides of battle, but it looked like casualties would be high during the first wave at least. Around the table they went, each giving similarly bleak appraisals of their time frames until there was only one left. "And you, Ibaru? When do you think you'll be done, if ever?" "It might take some work for the finishing touches, but before the first wave begins my people should be finished with its construction," he told them confidently, giving the first and only bit of good news at the table, even if the others picked at it. "But are you sure you won't be caught? We've all heard what happened in All Faith. The gods are going to be extra vigilant after what that fool Olip pulled. Maybe that would have been something to worry about for a while, but they clearly have bigger things to worry about," he said, dismissing the concern. "I'll take extra precautions to be safe, but we all knew what we were doing when we started, didn't we? Each of us knew what would happen if the gods caught wind of this. It's the risk we chose to take for the world." "Quite right," the mage agreed. "But I'm more concerned about the man working with you. You know his connections, if they catch wind dash. He hasn't been given anything that could indicate what he's been helping build," Ibaru told them. "Again, I have this as well in hand as I can. If anyone learns of it and I suffer the consequences, then that's just my poor luck. But what of you? You're the only one who has said nothing of their project." At that, the mage grimaced, though he spoke up just as all of them did. Up in the air. Unlike the rest of you, mine doesn't need much in the way of resources, at least nothing I need to purchase, but getting the spell structure correct is proving difficult. I've pored over all the ancient texts I could find, but the finer points of ritual magic leave it at almost a lost art, not to mention the trouble with manipulating reality itself. If we manage a breakthrough, then it will be worth it, but I can make no guarantees on the time frame. Ritual magic, Ibaru muttered. Honestly, poor luck on that front. I met an enchanter the other day who used it shockingly well in their works. I don't know how they learned it, but it could only be described as genius. Where? The mage asked, almost throwing himself at the other man. Anything more I could learn could be what I need to push my work forward, and I'm not so proud as to not pay for lessons. Where can I find them? Ibaru pulled back, away from the mage's far too close face. Don't you think I know that? I was planning on trying to connect you two in the future if I could, but unfortunately fate took a cruel turn on that front. What do you mean? He was the one Olip murdered in Alfaith, he said with a shrug, not having received word of Ben's escape from the trial just the day prior and causing the mage to sink into his seat. Well, if we end up in the infinite hells, I'll at least have someone to take my frustrations out on, he said with a sigh. All right, I think we've gotten almost everything we needed to done. Let's focus on the redistribution of funds now and then get to work. We're finally on the real countdown. As this story grows, I want it to be convenient for all of you lovely readers to remember things. I've read plenty of long-form stories in my time that would benefit from a list of characters and summaries of previous events, so that's what I'm giving you. If a character doesn't have a description section, that's solely because I didn't originally describe them beyond just stating their species. Anyway, though this isn't necessary to go over, I hope this is helpful to you all for any future reading. The character list is purely in alphabetical order and should hopefully contain every named character. There's a non-zero read as pretty darn good, chance some mistakes were made, but after poring over everything I feel pretty confident I got all the important bits right. Name, Abris. Race, Great Earth Spirit. First appearance, Chapter 52. Last appearance, Chapter 285. Description. Chooses to take the form of a tall man at 7 feet high with marble skin, along with thick golden hair and a beard. Summary. The Great Earth Spirit who survived the fall of his world. Abris made it to the new one along with the other great spirits and all of the surviving regular spirits. Father of Thera and husband to Pelania. He attempts to learn to wield non-affinitied magics, though without any luck. Has a friendly, occasionally playful personality but quick to anger when it comes to his family. Responsible for drastically increasing the wealth and power of Analia by materializing large volumes of magic materials each day. Name Amy. Race human. First appearance, Chapter 245. Last appearance, Chapter 280. Description. No physical description given, however it's been stated she came to the world with weapons mastery, high all-affinity augmentation, and high non-affinity augmentation as skills, with it implied she arrived with more too. Summary. A human who was summoned with Ben, she is in a relationship with Jake while at the same time suffering from how little thought he puts into anything. Due to the nature of her skills, she struggled to decide on a weapon for herself, at least until Ben made her something that was able to give her 9 different options she could switch between. A more serious personality, though can be a bit violent with Jake depending on how he acts. Name, Analia. Race. Succubus goddess of love and seduction. First appearance, Chapter 83, but mentioned previously. Last appearance, Chapter 271. Description. Appears to be a giant snake. Summary. A widowed goddess of love and seduction, Analia fled her old world, taking as many members of her race as she could carry in her trial. Considers all succubi and incubi to be her children. As one of the gods with the largest groups of believers due to just how many she saved, she is both powerful as well as frequently busy. Name Aso. Race. Dragonaut/Harpy hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 232. Last appearance, Chapter 232. Description. A girl a couple years younger than Thera, with feathers of a blue, green, and gold shifting color that sparkle in the light. Summary. a light mage working at the same clinic as Thera and Sonia. Daughter of the clinic head, she helps out at her father's request, but has an interest in pursuing the path of an adventurer. A work friend of Thera's. Name, Ather. Race, Sobuk demigod. First appearance, Chapter 218. Last appearance, Chapter 228. Description: a green-scaled face with solid black eyes and sharp white teeth, the scales giving way to tanned flesh as one looks farther down with powerful muscles. Summary: a proud and arrogant demigod. Ather wanted powerful individuals by his side for the coming war and set his eyes on Thera. After breaking her cloak, causing her to expose her charm to the town, he loses a duel with Ben, almost dying in the process. Name, Ben. Race, human. First appearance, Chapter 1. Last appearance, Chapter 288. Description: no description given. Summary: our titular chaotic craftsman, and unlike the first time I made character summaries, I can comfortably say he's grown into that title splendidly. Using a cursed ring he made to train his attributes and having the long-term goal of sealing a soul for use, amongst other things. He's reached the point where none that know him would be surprised to hear him called that. For a more complete idea of what he's been up to, refer to the arc summaries below, but he's gone from arriving with level 0 and 1 skills to having 2 awakened, with more on the verge of it. Since getting to the world he's made friends, fallen in love, and almost died more times than he cares to think about. He has the optimistic view that it's simply the nature of the world itself and that his friends and classmates must be going through significantly worse as they train, not knowing just how easy they've had it in comparison, nor how bad his luck is. After becoming the Apostle of Myriad, he's made great strides in growing the faith as a whole, even if much of that growth was a side effect of pursuing his own interests. Name, Cecily. Race, unknown. First appearance, Chapter 42. First name chapter is 50. Last appearance, Chapter 229. Description: no description given. Summary: head of the Stonewall Guild. As a rank 3 adventurer, she got the role for her skills in that regard, but given that towns of their size typically combine all major guilds into one branch, she also has to act in an official capacity for both the Craftsman and Mages Guild if need be. Overall a friendly person but mostly serious when it comes to her work, she regrets what occurred between Thera and Roan, especially since she views both Falk and Sonia as friends. Seems to get some entertainment whenever she gets to put Ben up a rank when she sees how little he enjoys it compared to others. An improvised weapon user with a time augmentation. Name, Cheel. Race, Ruby Crab Hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 252. Last appearance, Chapter 254. Description: a giant fleshy crab originally, having a ruby shell by the end of Chapter 253. Summary: the son of the musician Greed and a mother who's the head of a criminal organization. He was born without a shell due to the nature of his race, but after kidnapping his father to eat and getting Ben as well, he was able to get one through the help of powerful individuals and the magic ritual Ben helped create. Name, Delaire. Race, Dryad. First appearance, Chapter 146. Last appearance, Chapter 166. Description: a Dryad child. Green flesh with leaves and flowers growing in her hair as is common for her species. Summary: a Dryad child related to Sakhel. She grew close with Ben while he stayed in her village, helping him repair the homes of the other villagers while he was there. Name, Domp. Race, unknown but appears to be a Cyclops hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 215. Last appearance, Chapter 217. Description: a hybrid species of Cyclops and some sort of bird people, with one large jewel-like eye and beautiful red feathers. Summary: see a user with air and water magic. Rank 4 Adventurer of Stonewall. Name, Drari. Race, Dragonet. First appearance, Chapter 232. Last appearance, Chapter 232. Description: has scales of a shifting blue, green, gold color. Summary: the head of the Stonewall Clinic. Sonia and Thera's boss, who constantly struggles with it being understaffed, allowed Thera to work for his clinic as a cleaner, even while she was dealing with her issues in town. Name, Draze. Race, Orion. Summoned hero. First appearance, Chapter 218. Last appearance. Chapter 227. Description. Completely covered in blue scales. Summary. A member of a reptilian race that ruled her homeworld from the shadows. After being summoned and having her true form revealed, she was selected to work with the demigod Aether. Name e.g. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Chapter 216. Last appearance. Chapter 223. Description. Appearance of some sort of frogman. Summary. Bowser and the only member of his party without a gambling addiction. Worked with Ben and Thera during their Leviathan hunt. Name Ineth. Race warrior god of the Sobuk. First appearance. Doesn't make a true appearance, but is mentioned throughout the 7th arc. Chapters 213 to 231. Last appearance. Not applicable. Description. A powerful-looking lizard. Summary. A god of earth and spears who is worshipped largely by the Sobuk. Father of Aether. Declared Ben his enemy after the statue of Myriad was put up. Name Elvit. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Hasn't yet appeared but mentioned in Chapter 246. Last appearance. Not applicable. Description. None. Summary. The world's original soul mage before Yuzu showed up. Acts as her and Jake's teacher. Name Falk. Race. Yeti. First appearance. Chapter 7. Last appearance. Chapter 271. Description. 8 feet tall, covered in white fur and rippling muscles, with a surprisingly impressive topknot on his head. Summary. Ben's teacher recommended by his god. Falk is a private man that only so much is known about. While it's certain he has awakened skills at this point, Ben still doesn't know for sure what they are. What he does know is that the Yeti was personally recommended by a crafting god and that in the past he acted as an adventurer with both Sonia and Pelenia, being close enough to the two of them that Pelenia's daughter looks at him as an uncle. Able to make legendary ranked items, a level of skill that typically only shows up once a millennia, he was originally dedicated to pursuing his craft and refused to take apprentices. But after having to take Ben in, he's found more enjoyment in the act of training another and watching them grow than he ever expected to, even if he occasionally has to disappear to help with various clients in the world. Appearing to be a gruff man at first, his rougher appearance and speech hides a caring center that feels genuine love and concern for the people in his life. Name, Felth. Race, Sobuk. First appearance. Chapter 218. Last appearance. Chapter 230. Description. An older Sobuk, having the standard features of his races, including a face covered in green scales that eventually gives way to flesh the farther down one looks, as well as solid black eyes. Summary. Apostle of the god Ineth and the mortal father of Aether, he is in charge of managing his god's faith and takes the role seriously, while at the same time trying to manage his powerful son. Attempts to kill Ben for beating Aether in a duel but fails, putting the entirety of his faith in danger in the process. Name Frederick. Race Houseplant. First appearance. Chapter 23. Last appearance. Chapter 211. Description. A small tree/houseplant with purple leaves that grows small berries regularly. Summary. Originally bought by Ben with the goal of using it to train his Connect skill without having to worry about harming it, like if he'd instead bought a pet to use. His love of the plant had quickly grown to the point that he would be devastated if he ever accidentally hurt it. Through his many months of training with it, Ben has been able to see some changes in it as time went on. Its mind began to grow slightly quicker in reacting to him when he connected to it, and the speed it would grow its berries increased significantly, and more importantly, it began giving off faith for Myriad as a result of Ben praying with it. That last point led to Ben making a deal with his god to get Frederick a minor blessing, just to see what would happen. So far the result is nothing, but both are patient. Name Fontesh. Race, Dryad. First appearance. Chapter 146. Last appearance. Chapter 166. Description. Green flesh with leaves and flowers growing in her hair as is common for her species. Summary. Cousin of Sakhel and mother of Delaire, she allowed Ben, Thera, Sakhel and her party to all stay at her home while Sakhel completed her quest for Myriad. Name Funa. Race, Great Dark Spirit. First appearance, Chapter 55. Last appearance, Chapter 90. Description: a cloud of darkness in the shape of a succubus. Summary: similar to Abris, Funa is the most powerful dark spirit on the planet. She has a good relationship with Thera and is training Carly as a favor to Pelania and Abris. She has also made it clear she's more than happy to train Thera in her dark magic if she wants. Name: Furila. Race: Incubus. First appearance, Chapter 60. Last appearance, Chapter 86, although it's more he's mentioned without doing anything. Description: no description beyond being an older incubus. Summary: Analia's awakened barrier magic user. He acts mainly as Glob's teacher while also trying to give Abris guidance on the slim chance the Great Spirit could ever learn a non-affinitied magic. Ben goes to him anytime he can to make new higher-level rings to use. Name: Jenin. Race: Great Air Spirit. First appearance, Chapter 78. Last appearance, Chapter 78. Description: takes the appearance of a succubus made of mist and air currents. Summary: similar to Abris, Jenin is the most powerful of the air spirits. She has a negative relationship with Thera, not seeing any use to her and thus is hated in return. Has been attempting to create a more successful version of Thera by breeding with natural lightning users, but has been unsuccessful. Name: Globalgork, Glob for short. Race: Grey. First appearance, Chapter 52. Last appearance, Chapter 204. Description: 4.5 feet tall, with a small body and large head, with giant black eyes but a tiny nose and mouth, and completely gray flesh. Summary: from one of the other groups of summoned heroes, Glob is a Grey, a technologically advanced race that is able to interact with other realities to an extent, though not to the point of being able to freely travel to them. While a rude person with a lower opinion of those who exist outside of his home reality, Glob is properly training for his role as a hero for the world he now finds himself trapped in, even if he isn't thrilled about it. Name: Greed. Race: Ruby Crab. First appearance, Chapter 249. Last appearance, Chapter 285. Description: hand-sized crab with a red crystal shell. Summary: a holder of 2 awakened skills, both blessing magic and one related to music. Greed is a fairly well-known musician who meets Ben when he's looking for something to act as an amplifier for his performances. Shortly after he's kidnapped and nearly eaten by one of his children and only escapes that fate thanks to Ben's help, though later on is tossed into the Dead God's trial with Ben. Due to some youthful indiscretion, he has a number of children across the world. Name: Helori. Race: Goddess of Knowledge and Magic. Race: she originally ruled Unknown. First appearance, Chapter 239. Last appearance, Chapter 280. Description: the most human-like goddess to appear so far, the main thing setting her apart being 2 long crystal horns that swirl with all branches of mana. Summary: a goddess of knowledge and magic, she originally had a decent relationship with Myriad, but that changed when she learned he destroyed his world. After challenging him to a contest and losing, things do improve between them and she is forced to act as a teacher for Ben as a result. Name: Hentath, Elder Hentath. Race: Dryad. First appearance, Chapter 144. Last appearance, Chapter 166. Description: an elderly dryad. Summary: grandmother to Sakhel and head of the village she lives in. Name: Ibaru. Race: a troll hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 255. Last appearance, Chapter 289. Description: a troll hybrid with a beard. Summary: acts as the head of the Craftsman's Guild, though if Chapter 289 is any indication he's got something going on in the background. Name: Incetus. Race: Great Fire Spirit. First appearance, Chapter 78. Last appearance, Chapter 78. Description: appears in the form of a strong incubus with a body made of flames. Summary: similar to Abris, Incetus is the most powerful of the fire spirits. He has a negative relationship with Thera, not seeing any use to her and thus is hated in return. has been attempting to create a more successful version of Thera by breeding with the fire fairies, but has been unsuccessful. Name Inex. Race Talos. First appearance. Chapter 184. Last appearance. Chapter 208 or 209 in you count the fact he's present but unconscious. Description. A giant, ancient man with skin made of bronze, covered in decaying enchantments. Essentially a robot with a soul. Summary. Last of his kind and the protector of the Malii, at least he was before the fall of his world. Made by a god that was killed in the invasion of its world, leaving nobody to repair him. In an act of desperation he goes to Analia, seeking Ben's help. But when that fails he has his core that houses his soul removed in the hopes that one day he could be put into a new body to fight the coming invasion. Name Jagal. Race. Nature goddess of the Dryads. First appearance. Chapter 158. Last appearance. Chapter 158. Description. Thin leaves, some sort of violet apple-like fruit, and smooth golden branches growing out of the head of the goddess, with her face and body having a more human-like form, though completely covered with the same golden bark as her upper branches. Summary. Goddess of the Dryads. Due to an event in her world's past, she wiped out the male population of her people, leading to the Dryads being a fully female race. Name Jake. Race human. First appearance. Chapter 245. Last appearance. Chapter 280. Description. None. Summary. Viewed as the sixth most important of all of the summoned, only behind those who came with Tier 3 skills, Jake arrived with the ability to use all affinities of magic, as well as any non-affinity branch, making him a priority to train. He is romantically involved with Amy and Yuzu and trains under the Archmage, non-affinity mage, and the Soul Mage. Doesn't think before he speaks and is a bit of a nerd. Name John. Race human. First appearance, Chapter 1. Last appearance, Chapter 1. Description. None. Summary. A guy who questions why Ben is going out of his way to make real chainmail for the convention he's going to. Has made no other appearances in the story. Sorry John, maybe a future arc. Name Carly. Race human. First appearance. Chapter 52. Last appearance. Chapter 90. Description. None. Summary. One of Ben's classmates who was taken in by the succubus nation of Analia to be trained under the great dark spirit Funa. Attempted the trial of Analia with the summoned Grey Glob in order to fulfill the condition of completing it to have the right to take the throne in the future, but failed and had to be saved by Ben and Thera in the end. Name, Leahy. Race, Elf. First appearance, Chapter 2. Last appearance, Chapter 91. Description. A long-eared elven priestess who appeared only a few years older than Ben, but was in reality the eldest priest at her church. Summary. The first person Ben met upon being summoned, Leahy was put in charge of Ben's care and lessons when no nation chose to take him in. While occasionally a bit careless, she was the first person in the world to care about Ben's safety and well-being. Name Lomp. Race. Unknown but appears to be a Cyclops hybrid. First appearance. Chapter 215. Last appearance. Chapter 217. Description. A hybrid species of Cyclops and some sort of bird people, with one large jewel-like eye and beautiful red feathers. Summary. Shield user with air and water magic. Rank 4 adventurer of Stonewall. Name Lux. Race. Great Light Spirit. First appearance. Chapter 185. Last appearance. Chapter 206. Description. Appears as a succubus made of purple light. Summary. Similar to Abris, Lux is the most powerful light spirit on the planet. She has a good relationship with Thera and recently became the second spirit to have a child with a mortal. Name Mark. Race human. First appearance. Hasn't really appeared, but his likeness shows up in Chapter 74. Last appearance. Not applicable. Description. A sporty ball of energy. No physical description. Summary. Ben's younger brother. An athletic kid who enjoyed Ben's attention back when he was still on Earth. Name Mercy. Race, vampire. First appearance. Chapter 184. Last appearance, Chapter 202. Description: none beyond appearing young despite her actual age. Summary: leader of the vampires, Mercy made her way to Analia to try and request help from Ben to see if he could find a solution to her own race's problem the same way he solved the issue of passive magics. Name: Myriad. Race: god of a dead race / totality of that race's souls and original gods. First appearance, Chapter 6. Last appearance, Chapter 288. Description: a float metallic cube. Size varies based on how he chooses to present himself and occasionally glows when excited. Summary: the god of a dead race that joined up with the others who'd been attacked, Myriad went Mylnia without believers due to his circumstances, as well as the rules developed among the thousands of gods now sharing a planet. He was able to talk Ben into converting to him thanks to a technicality in those very rules, an action that has caused him no end of stress as he worries the apostle he'd gained might actually be insane. After gaining enough faith from his newest believer, he was able to develop the Connect skill to gift to followers, an ability that mimics his own race's ability to link up their subbrains, and thanks to its use and potential as well as the discoveries of Ben, his number of believers has grown rapidly. While still considered one of the weakest gods, he will never be able to go without believers again because of that skill's use. Having a more casual nature with his believers compared to other gods, partly due to the fact that he was artificially created and partly due to having gone so long without any, Myriad takes time to talk to all who worship him while at the same time doing what he can to answer Ben's questions. While he lacks faith compared to other gods and constantly feels the struggle from it, he still spends what he has freely, ensuring that everyone who converts to him gets both a blessing and eventually a skill as a means to help spread his good name and draw more people in. Name: Nobu. Race: Katsith. First appearance, Chapter 216. Last appearance, Chapter 223. Description: none. Summary: Mace user and part of the group Ben and Thera were teamed up with during their Leviathan hunt. Was one of the people Thera controlled to save Ben's life in Arc 1. Name: Nox. Race: Great Death Spirit. First appearance, Chapter 78. Last appearance, Chapter 78. Description: the only one of the great spirits to use a physical body, by virtue of the fact that he wears a dead incubus. Summary: similar to Abris, Nox is the most powerful of the death spirits. He has a negative relationship with Thera, not seeing any use to her and thus is hated in return. Has been attempting to create a more successful version of Thera by breeding Vividus, the great life spirit, to see if a new kind of spirit could be created through their efforts. Name: Alep. Race: unknown. First appearance, Chapter 249. Last appearance, Chapter 262. Mentioned later. Doesn't appear. Description: a creature that looked like a centaur, only instead of a horse's body it was more akin to a rhino's with an eagle-like head instead of something more human. Summary: the political head of all faith. After failing to get either Falk or Ben to work for him and being slighted by Ben, he attempts to have Ben killed off, only to be discovered and put to death. Name: Amp. Race: unknown. Appears to be a Cyclops hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 215. Last appearance, Chapter 217. Description: a hybrid species of Cyclops and some sort of bird people, with one large jewel-like eye and beautiful red feathers. Summary: club user with air and water magic. Rank 4 Adventurer of Stonewall. Name: Ankh. Race: unknown. First appearance, Chapter 8. Last appearance, Chapter 215.
Description: faceless hominid.
Summary: one of the guild staff in Stonewall. Gets along well with both Ben and Thera. Name: Pelania. Race: succubus. First appearance, Chapter 52. Last appearance, Chapter 257. Description: none but can be assumed to have the standard succubus traits of slit pupils and a tail. Summary: Thera's mother and current queen of Analia. Has a bit of a carefree personality. Name: Quillith. Race: Grey. First appearance, Chapter 64. Last appearance, Chapter 280. Description: while not directly stated, it can be assumed he looks the same as Glob. 4.5 feet tall, with a small body and large head, with giant black eyes but a tiny nose and mouth, and completely gray flesh. Summary: a resident of another universe that interacts with the one Ben is stuck in, acting as his teacher in some regards after some light blackmail. Name: Raylia. Race: Naga/Nawal hybrid. First appearance: Chapter 21. Last appearance: Chapter 164. Technically appears later as well but with no lines and only mentioned in passing. Description: a woman with the lower body of a snake. Summary: a part of the same party as Sko and Sakhel. Is in a romantic relationship with Sakhel. Acts as a fighter in her party by taking the form of a giant snake in combat. Name: Roan. Race: unknown, presumed by Abris to be a Zandalian. First appearance: technically first appearance was Chapter 7 and there was also one in Chapter 23 and 27, but the first time he properly appeared was Chapter 41. Last appearance: Chapter 42, though mentioned multiple times after. Description: a hominid type, having a generally humanoid appearance, but his eyes were clearly compound, and his bare arms had a thick chitin shell on the top, with a softer flesh on the underside. Summary: a tamer from a foreign nation. While staying in Stonewall, he would flirt with the female adventurers around, trying to convince them to join his harem, with his eyes eventually focusing in on Thera. After taking her hand once when she wasn't paying attention, his already unhealthy mind became deeply unstable as he grew more and more dangerous while trying to win her affection. Due to this, even after Thera secretly drove him away from town, she was still feared. He came back months later, stalking her and Ben from a distance, trying to kill Ben twice and attacking the town as a whole to try and prove himself to her, failing to stop the threat he'd caused. He was later taken away and imprisoned, forced to receive some mental help as he was. Name: Sakhel. Race: Dryad hybrid. First appearance: Chapter 21. Last appearance: Chapter 217. Description: a horned woman with forest green skin. Summary: a part of the same party as Sko and Raylia. Is in a romantic relationship with Raylia. Acts as a mage and healer in her party while also being the Oracle of Myriad. Devout in her faith. After being imprisoned by her grandmother after she trespassed into her village's sacred forest while trying to help, she receives Ben's help in helping her home and repairing the damage that came between her and her grandmother from converting. Name: Saren. Race: half-light spirit, half-satyr. First appearance: Chapter 203. Last appearance: Chapter 203 but mentioned again in Chapter 259. Description: a mostly standard hominid type, with the key distinction being that the horns on his head were glowing with the same purple light that Lux did, as well as a thin tail similar to an incubus's. Summary: the second half-spirit in existence and Thera's cousin. Name: Sko. Race: unknown. First appearance: Chapter 21. Last appearance: Chapter 164. Technically appears later as well but with no lines and only mentioned in passing. Description: a four-armed warrior. Summary: acts as a warrior in his party with Sakhel and Raylia. In the past had an antagonistic relationship with Thera, blaming her for what happened with Roan, though now is more neutral to her. Name: Steph. Race: human. First appearance: Chapter 1. Last appearance: Chapter 280. Description: none. Summary: Ben's friend from Earth. She shows regularly that she worries about him after he was the only one left alone. Has access to awakened life, time and space magics, and is in a romantic relationship with Will. Name: Sonia. Race: succubus. First appearance: Chapter 15. Last appearance: Chapter 232. Description: a beautiful woman who looks to be in her 30s with pale skin and long black hair. Human-looking, with the only thing showing she isn't being her cat-like pupils and a long, thin, leathery black tail. Summary: aunt of Thera and sister to Pelania. Sonia acts as one of Stonewall's main healers at its clinic, proving indispensable for the amount of work she's able to take on while it struggles with its staffing issues. An adventurer in her youth, her life was saved by Falk and she ended up falling for him, though lacks the courage to tell him. A kind, caring woman who deeply loves her niece, she's a mostly reasonable person, but has a hint of her sister's mischievous side, always happy to see Thera react to Ben in different ways. Name Thera. Race. Succubus/spirit hybrid. First appearance. Chapter 12. Last appearance. Chapter 288. Description. Skin that looked like it was made from genuine marble and solid gold eyes lacking whites or pupils, with hair running just below her shoulders to match, and a thin tail wrapped around their waist like a belt. Summary. Our wonderful FMC. While initially cold to Ben, after overcoming a number of challenges together, they've grown into a strong relationship. Born as the first half-spirit, Thera wasn't able to use her magic until later in her life, and while loved by some of the great spirits, was viewed as a failed experiment by others. As a result of her passive charm magic, even amongst other succubi she had to hide away or else suffer the risk of bringing them into her effects, leading to a mostly isolated life until later on. After moving to Stonewall to be with her aunt and uncle, she became an adventurer, unfortunately attracting the attention of a tamer called Roan who kept putting himself under her charm's effect, eventually warping his mind as a result. Once she met Ben, they worked together to deal with him, improving her standing in the town as well. From there, Thera began interacting with more people, while also working to grow her skills. Name Tai. Race. Some sort of bird person, not specified. First appearance. Chapter 6. Last appearance. Chapter 6. Description. None beyond bird person. Summary. A merchant that gave Ben a ride from the church he was summoned to out to Stonewall. Has a strong interest in the footwear of various races. Name Yuliel. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Chapter 246. Last appearance. Chapter 257. Description. Dark blue skin, as well as a black mane of hair running down her back and feet that seem to be backwards. Appears roughly 30 by human standards. Summary. Known as the Archmage, possesses a high level of the Archmagic skill, one that lets the user access all affinity magics. Acts as a teacher for Jake and a guardian for Amy and Yuzu. Name Ursire. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Chapter 188. Last appearance. Chapter 257. Description. A bear person with strangely human hands. Summary. The holder of the skill Dark Resistance Enhancement. He's paid to train it by Pelania so that Ben can use it to improve Thera's brace. Name, Uzi. Race, Hobgoblin. First appearance. Chapter 216. Last appearance. Chapter 223. Description. A Hobgoblin. Summary. Battle axe user who worked with Ben and Thera during their Leviathan hunt. Name Vasta. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Chapter 246. Last appearance. Chapter 257. Description. A short human woman for all intents and purposes except for their ears, which would put any elephant to shame, hanging to their side like a cloak and swaying as they walked. Appears roughly 30 by human standards. Summary. Known as the non-affinitied mage with the ability to use any non-affinitied magic. Acts as a teacher for Jake and guardian for Amy and Yuzu. Name Vividus. Race. Great Life Spirit. First appearance. Chapter 78. Last appearance. Chapter 129. Description. A white void in the shape of a succubus. Summary. Similar to Abris, Vividus is the most powerful of the life spirits. She has a negative relationship with Thera, not seeing any use to her and thus is hated in return. Has been attempting to create a more successful version of Thera by breeding with the death spirit Nox to try and create a new kind of spirit, but has been unsuccessful. She also helped Ben by adapting his demon organs to his body. Name Wedro. Race. Unknown. First appearance. Chapter 108. Last appearance. Chapter 124. Description. A giant floating worm, about 2 meters in length and as thick as a fist. Summary. The space and time magic teacher of Steph, possessing awakened versions of both skills. Name Will. Race human. First appearance. Chapter 3. Last appearance. Chapter 280. Description. None. Summary. A friend of Ben's from Earth. in a romantic relationship with Steph and is generally less concerned about him than her. Came to the world with fighting and defensive skills, but has managed to gain a lighting augmentation through hard work. Name Rit. Race, Satyr. First appearance, Chapter 185. Last appearance, Chapter 203. Description: none. Summary: an adventurer who attempted to awakening his combat skills by fighting a dragon to raise his rank. After almost dying, he was saved by Lux and confessed his love to her, eventually winning her heart and having a child together. Name Zyzel. Race: unknown but described as a starfish person. First appearance, Chapter 239, though could be argued it's the end of 238. Last appearance, Chapter 260. Description: as tall as him with a bright blue color. Summary: apostle of the goddess Helori that Ben competed against to earn his god more faith. Encouraged Ben to pursue Thera and had the eggs of his children hatch under his skin, eating their way out. Name: Yen, Father Yen. Race: not specifically state, though seems to be a lizard-man/cyclops hybrid. First appearance, Chapter 4. Last appearance, Chapter 45. Description: a one-eyed lizard man. Summary: the head of the communal church Ben was summoned to. Father Yen did his best to help Ben after he was left alone among his classmates, giving him opportunities to train his skills and helping find him teachers to learn others, as well as getting him a far larger fund than he originally would have when he went out into the world. A respectable man who tries to do right by people while fulfilling his role for the gods. Name Yuzu. Race: unknown, summoned hero. First appearance, Chapter 246. Last appearance, Chapter 280. Description: sky blue skin twinkled in the sunlight, seeming to imply it was covered in tiny, jewel-like scales, while both her eyes and hair were similar to Thera's, being the same solid color, only silver instead of gold. Summary: a girl from one of the other groups of summoned heroes. She's viewed as the most important for the simple fact that she's not only a Tier 3 skill holder, but a soul mage, meaning the world now has two at their disposal. Fell in love with Jake at first sight and caused some chaos by proposing. Her people's culture keeps her from talking to other men until the marriage passes. She develops a friendship with Thera in their time together, showing just what a cheerful and chatty person she can be. Name Zandale. Race: unknown. First appearance, Chapter 128. Last appearance, Chapter 132. Description: a mass of tentacles. Sky blue at the base and turning to a bright red at the tips, they seem to lack sensory organs. Summary: apostle of the knowledge god Oro and known as the Skill Master. Myriad made a deal with their god to conduct a trade, them learning a skill from Ben and Ben learning one in exchange. This is due to Connect being similar to for Zandale, had been training in the hopes of awakening one day. Regularly acts as a skill teacher for a price thanks to the ability. Name Zeit. Race: unknown. First appearance, Chapter 215. Last appearance, Chapter 223. Description: a being that looks like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of clear slime, towering above the others at almost 3 meters. Summary: a mage that worked with Ben and Thera during their Leviathan hunt. You might notice I gave some of the story arcs names. This was purely for my own entertainment as I thought to myself what I would call each one. Also giving you a peek into my mind with which chapters in each arc are my favorite. I'm sure it says something about me, but who knows what. Arc 1. Chaotic Craftsman Worships the Cube. Turnip's favorite chapters, 25 and 28. Description: after dying on a trip before graduating, Ben and his classmates were given new life in a new world, but with the catch that they were asked to fight in a coming war. Everyone that he arrived with was blessed with powerful awakened skills. Everyone but him, leaving him left behind and forgotten as the people he knew were taken away to train. After months of staying at the church he was summoned to, he left to make his way in the world, only to immediately be contacted by the god Myriad and became his apostle shortly after. Ben meets his teacher Falk, and while training under him is told to work with his niece, a mysterious cloaked girl named Thera. He was put in charge of both hunting with her as an adventurer as well preparing her equipment, namely ensuring she got a constant supply of staves, as the ones she uses constantly broke due to her extreme quantity of mana and nearly non-existent control. As they spend time together, Ben grew to learn more, mainly the fact that she was shunned in town, believed to be cursed by many of the other adventurers, with the reason for all of that being revealed when they were attacked in the woods by a beast controlled by a tamer named Roan, who'd developed an unhealthy obsession with her. Ben was able to drive off the beast thanks to his connect skill but almost died in the process, as well as destroying Thera's cloak. She was able to get him back to town to save him, but is left under house arrest for the act of exposing people to what she'd been keeping from him all along, her passive charm magic. After Ben is able to prove it doesn't affect him, she explains everything that happened. How the tamer that attacked them kept exposing himself to her charm, warping his already unbalanced mind. How the guild didn't do enough to stop him no matter what she warned them, and how she ended up receiving the blame for what happened to people despite how much she tried to warn them of the dangers. Ben took on the role of making her a new temporary cloak until Falk could get back from a meeting with a client, and in that time they grew closer, cooking together, talking, playing games as their friendship formed and solidified, with Thera sharing her insecurities about how her magic affects people. Eventually, after Ben completes her cloak, Roan is captured, but reveals he has a herd of different dangerous beasts just outside of town, primed to attack unless the guards get Thera to watch him drive them away. A condition Thera agrees to. Because of his lack of skill and the starved state of the creatures, he failed at his attempt and was taken away, leaving the guards and the guild to figure out what to do when Ben speaks up, offering to handle the situation with Thera. He connects with her for the first time, taking the load of her staff with aspects of his crafting skill as she delivers a powerful attack, killing them all in the process. At the end, even though many people still fear her, her standing in town had increased for the act, enough that she wouldn't need to worry about continuing to live there. Arc 2. Chaotic Craftsman and the Temptations of the Succubus Queen. Turnip's favorite chapters. 50, 58, 86. Description. After finishing up his task for his client, Falk returned to Stonewall, hearing what happened while he was gone along the way and rushed back, fearing for the safety of Thera, Sonia, and Ben as he did. When he arrived, he was informed that not only was everything fine, it was Thera and Ben who saved the day, with Ben working on a secret project ever since, much to Thera's annoyance. Ben reveals to his teacher he believed that he'd come up with a way of blocking out Thera's passive magic, with Falk responding by giving him the resources he'd need to test it out, with the result being that while he was only able to cover a fraction of her charm after hours of work, he was able to deal with Sonia's completely after minutes. This drives his teacher to action, making Ben sign up with the Craftsman Guild to get an official patent in his name for the discovery, as well as sending him off with Thera to her homeland, the succubus nation of Analia, to further test and confirm the results of his discovery. Upon arriving, it is revealed that Thera's parents aren't just anyone, but the current queen of the nation as well as the great Earth Spirit, both powerful people of high standing. From there he sees his old classmate Carly, as well the Grey Glob, another of the summoned who comes from a technologically advanced world whose people can interact with other realities to an extent. From there, Ben learns lots of things, from ways to make Thera's staves better, both immediately with sacrificial enchantments, as well as in the long term with the prospect of using her hair as a material, to attempting to make a gun and turning the Church of his god into a coat. At the threat of losing support for her training as a mage, Thera's mom forces her to agree to take the trial of their goddess, offering to get Ben 10 believers for his god, as well if he agrees to help her. From there, it's just preparing for whatever they might face before entering the trial. After going through the different parts of it, the most notable being where they meet with their duplicates that ends with Ben gaining complex mind, as well as the section where Thera is forced to relive her past and experiencing the judgment of some of the other great spirits, they make it to the end, facing off against a group of statues where Ben realizes the ultimate growth of his connect skill was leading to him learning to enchant with other enchantments. After succeeding and getting their rewards from Analia, they leave the trial and Pelania throws a party for their success, during which she tricks Ben into proposing to Thera in a way she doesn't feel like she can decline. After the fallout of that, Ben confronts Glob about the fact that he's still in contact with his homeworld, threatening them into helping, and we come to that arc's end. Arc 3, Chaotic Craftsman and the Demonic Scourge. Turnip's favorite chapters. 95 and 124. Description. Returning home to Stonewall, Ben learns of his god's history, how he was a constructed being that housed the souls of his worlds deceased before the old gods of his world merged with him as well. Once back, he gets to experience a variety of different things, with the main ones being practicing the new uses he's discovered for Connect, gaining samples of each magic material as a dowry, and the existence of the Greys being revealed, as well as the fact that they'll be working to help the world made public. Shortly after all of that, his friends Steph and Will, as well as Steph's space and time magic teacher Wedro, come to check on him after hearing about his engagement, as well as the rumors about just who he was engaged to in particular. After things were cleared up there, Ben is invited to a demon hunt with them, being forced into it by his teacher. Ben and Thera have a fight when he suggests he's holding her back as an adventurer and that it might be time for her to find a real party, and shortly after she, Steph, and Wedro are kidnapped by a herd of demons. Originally Ben and Will assumed they're dead, but with Ben's bind skill he shares with Thera telling him she's alive. They go to save them, setting up a trap for the demons and killing almost all of them so their friends can escape. Right when they're about to reunite, the only demon who'd escaped, one that had grown into a true invader, emerged from the earth, piercing Ben with its attack before Thera kills it. After conducting a desperate organ transplant using the corpse of the invader, Steph suffers from mana exhaustion, blacking out and forcing Thera to desperately try and gain life magic to keep Ben alive, succeeding in the end. After the gods discuss what happened, while a mysterious figure reports to their own god about watching everything from a distance. Arc 4. Chaotic Craftsman meets the Master of Skills. Turnip's favorite chapters. 126 and 137. Description. Ben wakes up after weeks unconscious and learns what happened in that time, with dozens of healers being sent to treat him by the various gods who had watched the fight. Thera's Aunt Vividus, the great life spirit, came to town, and after healing Ben informed her that she came at the request of the air spirit Thera requested the help of. That led her to helping guide Thera in learning to feel her dark magic. Falk gives Ben 10 9th-leveled magic rings, as well as introduces him to Zandale the Skillmaster, who he teaches Connect in exchange for defense enhancement. Ben shares his other rarer skill too, but gets him to teach Sonia and Thera instead, which they choose mana examination and telekinesis respectively. Thera gains access to dark magic and Ben uses his wealth to rent out a restaurant for her birthday. Arc 5. Chaotic Craftsman and Dryadic Fears. Turnip's favorite chapters. 148 and 153. Description. In the time after Zandale had left, Ben decided to passively train his mana and vitality by making a ring of both Morbugel and Deathstone. He's made a library of skill rings, gotten from both Zandale and customers from the shop, and he figured out he can improve Thera's brace by incorporating the effects of certain other skills. During his experimenting and working to improve himself, Myriad come to him with a request that he act as an apostle in an official capacity, going to Satchel's home village to negotiate her release after she and her party broke the village rules and went into the Dryad's forest. After freeing her, Ben is angered by her grandmother/village elder and agrees to help Satchel with her goal of killing the monsters that are destroying the woods, while at the same time he works to fix up the broken-down village, trying to make a favorable impression of his god while he did. While he's doing that, Thera worked with Satchel and her party with mixed results due to their history together, but eventually they succeed in their goal of wiping out the frostbats, keeping the woods safe. At the end, Satchel officially becomes Myriad's oracle. Arc 6. Chaotic Craftsman and the Perils of High Expectations. Turnip's favorite chapters. 168, 170, 191, 208, 212. Description. Back in Stonewall, after the long and annoying process of reinventing the wheel, Ben makes a bike to use for traveling around, as well as some other tasks. He agrees to make his god a proper church in exchange for giving his houseplant Frederick a blessing, succeeds in making a functional gun, and finally succeeds in making Thera a staff that can withstand her power, incorporating both her hair as he had planned back in Arc 2, as well as using wood he got from the Dryad Forest. Thera, for her part, spent the same period of time working at the Stonewall Clinic with her aunt, acting as a part-time helper due to how understaffed they are, before both she and Ben take a rank 4 promotion quest to rise up as adventurers, with the task being to clear the woods between Stonewall and the gate to try and keep things safe for travelers. Once complete, they go to Analia to visit Thera's family, letting Ben make more braces for some added income while at the same time being able to access the libraries of both the Craftsman and Mage Guilds. Their arrival also comes with the reveal that the Great Life Spirit Lux is pregnant, meaning a second half-spirit will be born into the world. As word got around that Ben would be in Analia again, 2 different groups took interest. The vampires, who were hoping to find a means of suppressing their own mind effects, and the last of the Talos, who went at the request of the race he served in a final desperate attempt to stay alive. While Ben succeeded with the vampires, he wasn't able to help the Talos, instead managing to create a situation where he might be able to help him one day if his skills grew great enough. With that done, they go back to Stonewall, where after a few days Thera tries to show Ben she appreciates how hard he works for her, and he admits to himself that he's interested in her. Arc 7. Chaotic Craftsman in the Demigod's Domain. Turnip's favorite chapters, 225, 226, and 227. Description: Thera, Ben, and Falk are all forced into an emergency guild quest, where the first 2 are made to work with a group they had a small amount of past experience with, even if Ben wasn't aware at first, with them being the ones who helped save him when he was attacked by Roan's Ulcir in Arc 1. Learning this and seeing the low quality of their weapons, Ben makes new ones for each of them as a late thanks for helping to save his life, with many of the guild's better adventurers leaving to go fulfill the quest shortly after, with the goal being to suppress a herd of leviathans that had strayed from their common path, bringing them far too close to a town than could be safe. When they arrive, Thera is singled out by a person of considerable power, the demigod Aether, who could feel the raw mana she possessed from afar and tried to coerce her into working under him before Ben was able to shoo him away. The following day, during a meeting with the team they were told to work with, it's announced that the Leviathans have arrived, days earlier than they expected and with twice the numbers, posing a massive threat to the town when it was still in the process of being evacuated and not all the guilds who were coming to help had arrived yet. Due to Thera having the most power of anyone, she attacked while they were still at a distance, trying to suppress any she could before they got too close, needing to be led away as a result while all the others had to begin fighting in earnest. Underpowered and undermanned, Ben was able to see they were losing with deaths likely to be coming soon, so he made a desperate bid, getting Thera to collar the one they were fighting before he and 2 of the team they were working with all hung from it as he constructed an enchantment that would affect the creature's mind, pouring their mana into it before watching as it did as it was compelled to, fighting its own kind on their behalf. With that done and nothing more they could do, Ben stood back to take a new job while the rest kept on fighting, resulting in him passing a boundary for his mind skills and passing out for the rest of it. After awakening and finding the battle had ended, Ben and Thera go back to meet up with Falk to prepare to leave, encountering Aether as they did. He tears Thera's cloak, exposing himself and the people around them to her charm, and she needed to put them all under a sleep spell as a result to keep them from trying anything. While she is devastated by what happened, Ben is enraged, and after a conversation between the 2 of them where Ben tries to show how important she is to him, Thera's mood improves and Falk comes back with a new cloak. Before they leave, Ben sneaks off to challenge Aether to a duel to work out his own anger over what happened. Due to some serious over-planning for it on his part, he nearly kills the demigod, and after the duel ends, Aether's mortal father and apostle of Aneth attempts to murder Ben to hide the fact that Aether lost in a fight to a nobody. He fails. Ben reveals he's an apostle and forces the Church of Aneth to display a statue of Myriad with a number of conditions designed to make the church struggle in the end for everything they'd done. Arc 8. Chaotic Craftsman and the Trials of All Faith. Turnip's favorite chapters, 237, 257, 270, 288. Description: during a heat wave in Stonewall, Falk is invited to a crafting competition and has Ben take his place in the City of All Faith. When they get there, after looking around, Ben is introduced to the trial of the dead god and has its history explained to him, including the fact that the god who made it and his people are all dead, so there's no way to know about what the trial contained, as well as the enchanting system of the race it belonged to. Ben meets the goddess Helori and her apostle and is challenged to gain his god more faith, with the winner receiving a blessing and a skill. A challenge Ben accepts without discussing it with Myriad, once he hears it's a magic skill being offered. After he learns she likely wouldn't actually be able to give him one, which only motivates him to win more, though out of annoyance. After gaining faith through hypnotizing both a forest and a farm of creatures, Ben succeeds and wins, gaining her blessing, and as a result of not being able to get a skill from her, he also gets her to agree to act as a teacher for him, answering any questions he has. The contest starts and Ben reunites with both Steph and Will, as well as two of his other former classmates, Amy and Jake, getting to learn just what they'd been up to since they'd parted. He also learns that Jake is a student of both the Archmage and the non-affinitied mage, while also being engaged to the world's second soul mage, someone who was summoned just like them, but from a different group. The Archmage briefly attacks Ben, but things are resolved quickly. Ben meets a crab named Greed, who is a famous musician/blessing magic user who commissions him to make a speaker. After it's complete, Greed's criminal son kidnaps both of them with the intention of eating Greed to grow a proper shell. Ben stops him, thinking he has an option that doesn't leave Greed dead, and once freed gets the help of both Myriad and Helori to construct a ritual that Thera, Steph, and Yuzu could do together to turn a giant ruby into a living shell. On the last day of the contest, Ben makes the item he'd been planning for so long. Something based mainly on barrier magic that could alter into 9 different weapons depending on how mana was run through it for Amy to use. As a result of making an item that reached ultra rare, Ben's crafting awakened, changing to the skill Unending Crafting. After, as a result of being rude to Allup in his acceptance of the reward, the man has Ben and coincidentally Greed thrown into the dead god's trial to die. The second half of the arc, and about 2.5 months story-wise, is Ben and Greed working their way through the 11 floors of the trial, pushing themselves to their limits to survive each different affinity that was thrown at them, while the people Ben knows struggles with his loss and presumed death. Ben also awakens his enchanting into divine enchanting. Once he escapes, he forces the trial into a higher layer of reality, is reunited with Thera, remakes the enchantment on her brace using his awakened enchanting and gets her effect at a distance down to 0, admits his feels for her and has them returned, and during their date the world erupts into panic as the invasion points are marked. Ugh, I'm so tired of reading this, Thera groaned as she put her book down, leaning her head on Ben's shoulder. Golem creation, petrification, earth healing. Even at the 9th level in both of my magics, I don't think I have the control to actually manage any of these. Well, you won't know until you try. When we get back to Stonewall, we can go for a good long hunt and test them out after you understand the theory a bit better. I know. Might as well do something productive while we wait, I guess, she said as she opened her book to read through again, one devoted to the topic of spells that made use of both earth and life mana to function, as Ben absent-mindedly hummed a cheerful tune while working on his own magics, needing a piece of iron in his hands to pass the time. What? Myriad, who starts a conversation like that? Ben asked, temporarily pausing his training. I'm exactly as happy as I should be. Life's been going great. He let his eyes drift back to Thera as he watched her brow crease, trying to understand whatever concept was giving her trouble as they passed the time in the embassy. They'd been stuck in all faith for a week longer than either of them had expected, but if it weren't for a certain event gripping the world in fear, they would have already started on their way back to Stonewall, the only thing keeping him there being a few tasks still to do. Hey, I'll have you know I'm super unhappy about things kicking off. It completely ruined my date. As soon as the beam of light appeared and they both understood what was going on, all plans they had made were cancelled. They rushed back to the embassy without even receiving their food and had been waiting for things to calm down in the weeks since, with the city finally seeming more relaxed from the view in their window as order was restored. Listen, I'm not going to stress about something that doesn't involve me. The biggest benefit to not being taken in by a nation is that I get to have a comfortable distance from everything. At worst, I'll send some of my old classmates some equipment, but until then I intend to enjoy the few remaining months of peace I have, especially now that things are starting to calm down a bit. If the armies fail, it's not like there's anything I could have done anyway. Ha, you're just jealous that you have work to do and I don't. He teased, knowing that all of the gods had been pushed to exert themselves as they put plans into action and compared invasion points to what was expected. They seemed to be based mainly off population sizes in the given area, But there were a few outliers, and worst of all, a few dozen that weren't to cities with gates. Those would be the hardest to defend, the act of supplying them with goods and soldiers being a monumental task compared to supplying anything that was only a few steps away. But Ben decided he wasn't going to be worrying about it. He wasn't involved, and while he hoped he'd live to see the end of it, as well as the world as a whole, all he could do was try to enjoy the time he had and make the plans he wanted to as if he was guaranteed a future. His silent conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, though, one he'd been expecting all day long since he sent a request through the embassy to the Queen. Well, to be more accurate, it was Thera sending the request on his behalf. Even if he was viewed by her nation to essentially be Polinia's son-in-law, even if they didn't call him that, he couldn't just get someone to act as a messenger for him. She, though, could. He opened the door and found two familiar faces, only one of whom he'd been expecting. There was Furila, Analia's barrier master and teacher to Glob, and in his hand was the small ruby crab he'd been through so much with, Greed. "Hey, thanks for coming. Gotta say, I wasn't expecting to see you be the one taking him though, Furila." He knew the other man was important, and given what was happening in the world assumed he had better things to do, though he just smiled and shook his head. "Given the state of things, I couldn't just let a guest go out unattended right now, and the Queen asked me to check on you both. Are you well?" "As well as we can be," Thera chimed in, "though hoping things have calmed down a bit." "They have. I still wouldn't recommend being out too late alone, but it seems most people manage to work out their panic the first few days." "Cool, and while you're here, there's something I can get from you anyway," Ben happily said as he grabbed the other man's hand, breaking down the level 8 barrier enchantment on his ring to replace it with a 9th level one. "But with that done, sorry, do you mind waiting outside? I need to have a private talk with Greed." "Of course, I'll be downstairs." Ben took Greed in his hands as he left, with the crab giving him and Thera an exaggerated look. "Sue, how'd it go?" he asked. "Good. But that's not what I asked you to come about. I wanted to talk about what you missed for the trial." "Good. 'Cause I want the same," Greed told him. "I can't exactly make a song about it if I'm missing the ending. Can I?" Well, there's just one part you might need to leave out, and we kind of need to work out what we're going to do about it." "Wait, what? Why?" "I found a mythic item." Upon exiting the trial, Ben had a lot immediately going on. From getting healed to breaking it down the tower to improving Thera's brace, ending with his disastrous date and the potential end of the world, he'd been so busy he hadn't looked at it. Even as he was stuck away in the embassy, he didn't immediately have the will to. As exciting as it was, everything he'd been through was just too fresh in his head. He needed some emotional distance from it, and just as important, he needed to figure out just what the two of them were going to do with it at all. Ben couldn't deny the fact that there was a temptation to not tell his companion through that ordeal, to hide it away and keep it entirely for himself, but that would have been horribly wrong. Greed had been thrown into a situation where he almost died numerous times because of him, and was also the reason he was still alive. He wouldn't lie to the man for his own gain, no matter what he might want. "So that's all that happened before you were healed. We've been through a lot together, man, so I want to buy out your half of it to use for my own research and study. But if you want us to try and sell it to a larger nation, then I understand. All I ask for is a month to look it over. It would mean a lot." He knew he was making a huge request, but Greed for his part reacted in a way he never would have expected. "I honestly wish you hadn't even told me about it. But transfer me whatever you think is reasonable and let's never talk about this again." "What? You aren't exactly living up to your name," Thera laughed. "Mythic-ranked items don't go on the market ever," the crab said, looking at them both like they were insane. "They end up locked away in the vaults of different countries waiting for the day they're used. I'd rather not get killed or tortured for information on one that exists just out in the open. Thank you very much. I'll take the money and let's forget we had this conversation." "Okay. But do you at least want to see what it does?" Ben asked as he held it, preparing to open the book up. "This could be your only chance, Dash." "Don't," he yelled, cutting Ben off. "You have no idea what it does. Listen, Legs, we see each other again in the future and I'm happy to learn about whatever that can do. But trying to activate a mythic item in a crowded city when you have no idea what the effects would be is asking for all sorts of trouble. Go into the middle of nowhere if you need to do it. I'd rather not have survived all of that to immediately become a corpse. Fair, Ben agreed, slipping it back into his bag. Given that it looked like a book and was called the Archive, he didn't think it would be too dangerous, but Greed was right, he was being too casual with a mythic artifact. For all he knew, it was an archive of spells or curses that would shoot out when he opened the page, or something equally ridiculous. He needed to take some proper care. As long as you understand. So was that all you brought me for? Oh no, Ben told him with a shake of his head. There's one more thing I was thinking we could deal with, and now that things have started to calm down, it's the perfect time. But first I've got to ask, how do you feel about blackmail? Hey Ben, just out of curiosity, you aren't actually trying to awaken your sacrilege skill, are you? Thera asked as the three of them walked through the streets. Of course not. How would I even do that? He asked, immediately feeling the wheels turning in his head with the question. It wasn't like he went out of his way to do things that could be considered acts against the gods. And if sending the trial he'd been stuck in to a whole other level of reality had only been enough to boost him a single level, then how was he ever going to raise it more? I mean, sure, I guess enough minor acts of sacrilege could get me to the 9th level eventually, and then I'd only need a single bigger one after that to push me past. But who knows just how big that would even have to be. Maybe I could just devote half of my minds to constant sacrilegious thoughts for some passive experience? His god begged in his head. Relax, I've never once done anything with the intention of gaining a level of it. I'm personally for it, Greed chimed in, breaking off his talk with his god. After what we went through, somebody's gotta pay. And the bastard who had us thrown in is already dead. Thera just shook her head. I get it, but either way I'm waiting outside. Good luck, I guess. Ha! It will be fine, don't worry. Ben told her as they made it to their destination and without any hesitation let himself inside. All faith was really divided into two sides. The side governed by the aquatic races, and the one controlled by the terrestrial ones, with any semi-aquatic species landing on one group or the other depending on where they kept their homes or holy sites. Of the two groups, both had separate communal church heads and separate political sides, and Ben had just let himself into the main building where the two land-based groups held their meetings, right when he knew one was happening. As a government building, plenty of areas were devoted to the public, but he didn't care for any of them, instead going to a door in the back, two guards standing out front of it. Maybe, but we'll see. Stop! One called out as he got closer. This is a private area. If you need any assistance, the table at the front can help you. Oh no, I'm exactly where I need to be, Ben said, pulling out his card and beginning his lie. I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm the apostle of Myriad your city decided to have put to death, along with the soundsmith Greed. We're here for the meeting we were promised about just how we were to be compensated for that. The two guards looked at his card and then each other, both growing pale as they did. Nobody in the city was unaware of who he was or what had happened to him, with the fact that they'd made it out spreading like wildfire. The very first people to survive the trial were ones who didn't even want to enter it to begin with, only for them to destroy it immediately after leaving. Even with all of the chaos of the past week, it had been a hot talking point, presumably one that would go on for ages after. But worse than that was nobody had informed either of them to expect their arrival. I'm sorry, the guard began, much more politely as he did. We weren't informed. If you would just give us a few minutes dash. Oh, of course, Ben called out in a voice dripping with sarcasm. We've already lost months of our lives to that experience. Why not make us wait even longer? I think they're trying to just give us the runaround. Greed. Sure looks like it. The crab agreed as eyes around them began to gather. The guards didn't know what to do. They both could tell what an important, delicate situation this was given what had happened, and Ben's card was clear. He was an apostle, there was no reason not to trust him. Ahem, what I meant was that it will only take a few moments to show you in. Please follow me, he said, leaving his companion outside as he led the way. Ben ignored his god as the guard led him to a bigger room with over a dozen people present in it. Both sides that governed the city, locked in an argument over how they were going to react to the coming invasion on their doorstep. We have to raise taxes, one lizard man boomed. No one will like it. It's a fact of life, but it's better than being dead. Arm the Templars with the best we can get, and offer incentives to any nations with armies that don't have the threat so close to send their aid. The people are already going to be struggling, a different woman argued. This isn't the time to be making their lives more difficult. We need them to be in the best frame of mind they can to be giving faith during this crisis. Besides, we can't simply bribe a nation into sending help our way. International agreements exist for a reason. We're all in this together. It seemed like it was a long-running argument at this point, one that was likely to continue until she noticed them enter, waiting to be acknowledged as she raised a hand and addressed the guard. What is this? Unless this is an emergency, this is a closed meeting. Before the guard could speak, though, Ben did, continuing his lie. What do you mean, what's this? We've waited a week for this meeting despite the hell we've gone through, and you're saying you're not even prepared for us? Fine then, I'm Ben, the apostle of the god Myriad, along with the soundsmith Greed. We're here to discuss how we'll be compensated for the hell we've been put through. Their introduction made the group fall silent, each of them knowing who he was as well as anyone else in town did, with the only exceptions being the woman who seemed to be a part of the religious side looking at him with confusion, while the lizard man from the political side did with annoyance, resulting in him being the first to speak up. Compensation? Bah! You already claimed an area of prime real estate in town. What more could you want? Instead of answering, Ben looked to the sky, asking a question of Myriad he already knew the answer to. Hey Myriad, given what happened to me and Greed, have all of these people been investigated yet? So you're saying they haven't been looked into beyond being sure they aren't murderers? Honestly, that sounds pretty careless. Given that it was the god's lack of care that landed me in a situation like that as well, why don't you probe that idiot a bit deeper and see if there's anything problematic that should be dealt with? It might warrant a closer look at the rest of them, I would think. Now wait a minute, the lizard man began, a touch of worry in his voice as Ben ignored him, focusing on the religious side who seemed far more amused.
No.
Anyway, as I said before, we're here to discuss being properly compensated for what happened to us. The land obviously doesn't count for anything because it was given to us by the trial's god. Not any of you. Allup's already been dealt with, a member of the political side said, much more meekly now that the prospect of the gods thoroughly going over their lives had been brought up. With the invasion coming, to spend the resources again, do I look like I care? He asked, making himself out to be less of an apostle than a devil as he stared the man down. Look, to be honest, I didn't really come here to discuss it. That would imply coming to a decision as equals. Instead, I'm giving you an option. I'm sure plenty of you have at least heard of Greed, seeing as he's one of the few people in the world with an awakened music skill. The ordeal we've been through is going to become the center of his act. It should be good for drawing in a crowd since he went through an experience like no other. What matters is how he frames it. Is it going to be the story of our triumphant survival against adversity? Or it's the story of the incompetent heads of all faith allowing a murderer enough power that we had to spend 2 months of our lives being tortured? The choice is yours. Wait a minute, the religious woman called out, now far more concerned. That doesn't just affect us. You have to consider how such a thing could affect the gods. If it weakens people's faith or if it makes people lose trust in the city. The lizard man added as he understood the situation they were threatening to create. It could affect future tourism. Some might even move when we only have Don't care. How many times are you all going to make me tell you that? This isn't a discussion, this isn't a negotiation. I'm simply telling you all your options. You have 5 minutes to talk about it amongst yourselves and then we will accept a single offer. If we don't like what you're offering, we'll leave. They all looked at Ben from their seats, seeing the seriousness in his eyes to not only harm the city, but even the gods as he went to wait outside, giving them nowhere near enough time to figure out what to do. Missy, I gotta say, this boyfriend of yours is actually a monster, Greed cackled. When they gave us the offer and you started walking out, I thought some of them were going to have heart attacks. Gods above. Do I even want to know, Ben? I just told them that they needed to decide what was fair to compensate us with, he said innocently as he looked at his card, doing everything he could to keep from grinning ear to ear. When we didn't like their offer, we left like we said we would. I was originally planning on leaving it like that. But well, they were just so persistent we take their new hire offer. How couldn't I agree? Of course not. This is well on the way to being acceptable gains after what we had to deal with. And what you said when you agreed. Greed almost yelled, unable to contain himself after how much money he'd made. I guess if you're going so far to give us each that much, then I understand. You really are trying to show some sincerity. I actually saw a few of them burst some blood vessels in their eyes hearing that. Can't believe you doubled it with one innocent sentence. I really need you around if I ever have any negotiations legs. I'm going to be living well for the rest of my life after this. Ha! Well, next time I see you, you'll have to show me how far it gets you. Ben told him as they made it back to the embassy and handed him to Furila. Despite everything, it's been good getting to know you, Greed. Try not to let any stray children eat you while I'm not around. Ha, same legs. Stop by when you get the chance and don't go getting murdered without a fantastic healer nearby. A fantastic healer is never letting him out of her sight again, Thera said as she held his arm. But thanks for keeping him alive while I wasn't around. Haha. Looks like old Greed grew on you in the end, the crab said as he waved them off, Furila carrying them back to the gate, leaving just the two of them. So what other incidents do you still have to cause? Thera asked him. No incidents. It's just time to see some friends. Unlike the last time when he was trying to get somewhere without prior arrangements, this time Ben decided to do things properly. He went to the home of Amy, Jake, and Yuzu, told the guards at the gate who he was and why he was there, and waited patiently as that information was passed along. So you okay? He asked Thera as he watched her fidget beside him, his hands busy making a circular tool he'd need later through his magic skills. Yeah. Things might just be a little awkward is all, she admitted. They had a little funeral for you and I didn't exactly take it well. He rubbed her back and tried to ease her mind. I'm sure it will be fine. In fact, if they think about anything other than how good it is to see me alive, then I'm having issues with them too. She was going to speak, her worries not dying so easily. But before she could get a word out, a hole in space opened up beside them, with Jake jumping out, tackling Ben with a hug. Haha man, oh man, is it good to see you in one piece. He cheered as Amy and Yuzu both came out as well. We all thought you were a goner. Ha, well not Thera. She tore into us for that dash. He stopped as he noticed her beside him, not wearing her cloak, her face plain to see. And should we be wearing those amulets you gave us now? Ben managed to get my charm under control. I still can't touch people, but you're all safe as is, she said awkwardly, only for Yuzu to jump in her arms, bringing her into a hug. Hey, what did I just dash? Before she could finish, the soul mage was already smugly pointing to the amulet around her neck. Thrown on as soon as she learned Thera was outside and getting her hug begrudgingly accepted for the trouble. We honestly didn't believe it when we heard the news, Amy told him. A big smile spread on her face as well. And by the time we knew it was true, well, you know what happened, so we couldn't find you, but it's great that you stopped by. Come on in. Yeah. Take the VIP entrance, Jake laughed, leading them all through the hole in space he'd made into their living room. From the way Yuzu was clinging to Thera, whispering in her ear since Ben was right there, it was clear that her previous worries seemed unfounded, and Jake called for a round of snacks and drinks to be brought as they took a seat. Before anything else, Ben threw what he'd been making to Yuzu, surprising her as she caught it and making her whisper in Thera's ear. She wants to know what it is? She passed along as Ben explained what he'd made. You were fine with me reading your thoughts before, so this does the same. Basically combining dark and sound spells to project them. Makes things a little easier than having to go through someone else, right? He watched her eyes light up as she put the circlet on her head, words immediately pouring out. Testing. Hello? What, it really works. This is so cool, you're the best. Things are going to be so convenient with this. I love magic. All of it was rapidly said, and all of it was spoken in a robotic metallic voice, not at all matching the image of the girl in front of them, but he didn't care enough to try to give it a nicer sound than he'd been able to when he tested a prototype with Greed in the trial. To be frank, he thought it was funnier this way. And as awesome as that was, tell us everything, man. I gotta know what you went through, Jake asked, his eyes glimmering as he anticipated the story he'd hear. Okay, but it's not the funnest experience, Ben began, capturing everyone's attention as he explained what he'd been through. The only part he left out being the mythic artifact he'd gained for the experience. By the end, two of them were wearing deeply troubled expressions, with only Jake still seeming thrilled. So freaking cool. Man, so you awakened another skill and now you're one of two people to ever get that blessing. Jello dash. Amy cut him off with a swift flick to the head, the strength she'd gained upon arriving in the world making it a powerful blow. Don't be jealous about someone's life and death ordeal. I'm sorry about this idiot Ben. I hope all that wasn't too traumatic. I mean, on one hand, I'm probably going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life. But on the other, this is really just what I expect from the world at this point. I think I'm growing numb to a lot of it. That doesn't sound good either, Yuzu pointed out, but Ben just laughed. Well, you guys aren't exactly going to be in a great situation yourself in a year, are you? Since I get out of being on the front lines, we can call this the universe making up for that. But speaking of, as much as I came to see you before things got too busy and you wouldn't have the time, I'm here for another reason as well. We do have a payment to settle after all. At that, Amy pulled a face. I don't suppose it could wait, could it? Things are pretty busy for them all right now. And I'm sure it will be for a while. Look, if I could wait I would, but I didn't ask for this for no reason. I did because it will allow me to advance in my own projects, one of which is specifically to save a person's life. How long would I have to wait? Months? After the first stage of the invasion when one of them could be dead. I get that now's not a good time, but with the way the world's looking, it might not be a good time for a while. You're right, man, you're right, Jake agreed. Amy's already getting a ton of use out of her new weapon, so give me a few. I'll find my teachers. With that, he vanished, leaving them to enjoy the snacks provided while they waited. So, how is this meeting going to help you save a life? Amy asked, curious about what projects he had that were so important. Long story short, I met a robot with a soul and need to make him a new body eventually. It's a bit of a challenge. She looked at him, trying to gauge if he was being serious, and just shook her head in the end. I think you might be having the weirdest experience of any human in this world. There's no way that's true, he rebuked. I can't even begin to imagine what sort of nightmare training the rest of you go through. She was about to tell him that their training almost exclusively relied on sparing, with the occasional outing with supervisors to ensure they all stayed alive. But Jake returned before she could get the words out, the Archmage Yuliel and non-affinitied Mage Vasta in tow. Did this genuinely have to be right now? Yuliel asked him, looking exhausted. I'm sure you can imagine how busy we've become. Why hello to you too, Yuliel. Yes, I'm glad to see you as well after 2.5 months of almost dying, he said sarcastically. Anyway, I'm not going to say that it's not my problem, but this is the agreed payment for my work. Speaking of, there should be one more person for me to talk to as well, shouldn't there? He was of course talking about the world's original soul mage whom he had yet to meet, and Jake just nodded as he opened another hole in space for them. We're going to have to go to them, they can't come to us. Come on. Everyone followed as they ended up somewhere new, a brightly lit marble room with windows showing it was partly within the ocean that All Faith sat on, with a large clear pool in the middle connected to the outside, its occupant making it clear why they had to go to him. Within the pool was a merman of sorts. Ben wasn't clear on the exact species. The clear water showed a fish-like lower half while the upper body was somewhat more human with its head and arms, only with the addition of fins and gills, as well as gray-black scales covering them. So the original soul mage was purely aquatic, I guess. The more terrestrial species must have been pretty happy to get one of their own with what's coming to them. His head poking through the water to keep his gills submerged. He gave them all a broad grin, revealing razor-like teeth as he did while he happily greeted them. So which of these two do I owe a consultation? Either way, it's a pleasure. It lets me have a little break from the chaos down below. That would be me, Ben said with a raise of his hand. Nice to meet you, the name's Ben. I'm still sorry about this Elvit, Amy told him. You have to spend a day on this for my selfishness. Again, it's no trouble. I'm actually curious about what this boy could want to do that he'd felt the need to use 3 of the best mages on the planet. Yuzu and Jake, since you're both here too, you should listen in and feel free to contribute. Now more than ever it's important to apply what you can from your studies. While he gave that advice thinking that whatever the topic might be could be valuable to the two of them, the three older mages didn't think too much of it, nor did they expect they'd actually be there too long answering Ben's questions. Perhaps half a day at most, depending on how much of an explanation he needed to understand whatever topics he wanted to learn up on. But none of them expected anything too complicated, right up until he pulled out a stack of paper from his bag and opened his mouth. Right, let's get on it. So my particular area of research is based on how to seal a soul in an item while still being able to interact with it. Honestly, I think I'm almost there, so I really just need some help refining the idea. But the basics of how I'll accomplish it are pretty steeped in an enchanting system based on the principles of ritual magic me and my god work to develop. Of course, it's also taking advantage of both the more traditional weave system most enchanters use, and I recently incorporated the aspects of the ring system I figured out while in the trial to help strengthen and stabilize it. Either way, if you all aren't confident enough with enchanting to comment on that, then don't worry. We can discuss the idea through the framework of constructing it as a traditional spell and I can convert it from there. But flip through my notes and let's get started. By the third hour of discussing the topic, they lost Jake, the man falling asleep while listening to the conversation Ben and his three teachers were having. As much as he tried to learn, it was all just too dull for him. Yuzu, on the other hand, gave up on the seventh, not because she was bored, but because she had reached beyond what she understood. She was becoming competent in soul magic, but what they were discussing pulled from all branches. It had gone well beyond the limits of her knowledge, so she joined Thera and Amy, who'd been talking amongst themselves, eventually leaving with them to show Thera the building she spent so much time learning in, as well as get everyone some snacks. By the 12th hour, the three great mages Ben was talking to had come to accept two very important things. He fully intended on using the entire span of a day with them as he was promised, and that the boy was brilliant. With everything they suggested, they saw him immediately apply it to different aspects of his theory. Some they hadn't immediately considered when they voiced it themselves as he thought aloud and jotted down notes, building up his idea as they went. After understanding what he'd originally had, all of them had suspected that if he built the enchantment on a rainbow mana crystal like he'd originally intended, then there was a chance it would already do its job. But it was only growing more complex as they spoke until that chance became a certainty, and then from there moved beyond that. But with each suggestion came another question, another area he could improve upon without end as he refined both his idea and his understanding of magic as a whole. The hours continued to tick by until they'd made it through the night and to the next day, and with only an hour left, Ben pulled two items from his bag, a rainbow mana crystal, and the knife he'd made what felt like so long ago to contain it, and he began applying the enchantments to both as the other mages watched on. All of them had a high level of mana sense as both Tier 2 and 3 magic skill holders, so each of them could clearly see just what Ben was doing. Mana was blended and shaped and blended again as the spells that would have made it went beyond what he'd ever done before. It was only his second time enchanting since he'd leveled the skill, and he was already pushing it to its new higher limits. But for all the mana and technique going into it, he knew the materials he was using wouldn't break. Not just the rainbow mana crystal, which had a high capacity for enchantments like any magic material did, but also the knife he'd made specifically for this purpose. He'd made it early thinking it wouldn't matter, and while that might have been too optimistic at the time, his skill had grown to such a degree that he knew at the very least in this case it would be fine, and as the enchantment went down, finally complete, he looked at it and smiled, even as he felt near the bottom of his mana pool. So the knife made it to lower ultra rare and the battery to middle. Oh man, I am so freaking good. He didn't have any illusions about his abilities. He knew from being in the trial that he still couldn't make ultra-rare items consistently, and the fact that he'd made it to middle at that was due to the months of study and planning that went into the design of it, along with not only help from the three in front of him as well as his teacher, but of his god too. Nonetheless, it was a massive accomplishment for him. The sort of thing that he would be able to look to as one of his best works for years to come. What mattered was how repeatable it was. He had a number of rainbow mana batteries after all, just in case he ever needed them, so once he felt his mana restored to its full quantity, he made two more, each of them turning out perfectly. Now I just need to go and find some demons to actually test these on. He thought happily, only for his god to speak up when he did. Ben wanted to argue with that immediately but decided that as much as he wanted to test it out that instant, there were plenty of other things he needed to do first, the top of the list being getting back to Stonewall to let Falk and Sonia know he was alive. At the very least I guess I'll wait a month so I can be sure I see everyone I need to and sort out some stuff, but after that, all bets are off. Well, looks like we're all done here. Thanks for your help, all of you. With this, I'm a few steps closer to achieving my goals. He thought that would be the end of it as Jake perked up, thinking they could finally go. But all three mages had something to say in the end. In the hours they spent listening to the boy, beyond being brilliant, there was one fact they were struck by. How tragic it was that he'd come to the world without any awakened magic skills like the others. The fact that he'd gained 2 non-affinitied ones was a benefit, but none could help but imagine just what he would have been able to do in the invasion if he had. Even more than that though, seeing the way he thought up close, they couldn't help but want to maintain a connection of sorts, even if it meant trying to keep him in their debt. It was Elvet who spoke first, beckoning Ben as he prepared to leave. Before you go, well, let's just say you impressed me, Ben. Let me give you a parting gift, free of charge. Hell, if you're offering I won't decline, he said, not expecting the offer. What did you have in mind? As you know, soul magic can increase the ease of a person's growth. Usually, I'd have to be around to apply it again and again in most areas, but just once I can give you a blessing. What? He asked, shock plain in his voice. As far as he knew, giving a blessing was a feature of gods. The fact that a mortal could do it wasn't even mentioned in any of the books that he'd read up on the topic. But as everyone in the room looked equally surprised by the offer, Elvet just laughed. As a rule, it's kept secret, so don't mention it to anyone. It could cause more chaos than any future soul mage would want to deal with, but your friends, as well as Yuliel and Vasta, have all already received one from me. It won't be as powerful as something from a god which would help you grow in all areas, but if you tell me either the skill or attribute you want to permanently have an easier time raising, then I can do it. Holy shit, I guess the guy's destined for godhood when he dies anyway, but I never would have guessed something like this would be on the table. An offer like this doesn't exactly come often, does it? He thought to himself as he mentally went over the totality of his status. The idea of getting more help for one of his awakened skills was tempting, as was getting it for Connect so that he might have an easier time awakening it in the future, and then there were his attributes. Getting it for his mana or mana regeneration could help him with all of his magic skills, letting him train them longer overall. It was only as he kept mentally scrolling down his status that he realized something and came to a conclusion the soul mage didn't expect. Rather than me, could I get you to give it to someone else? He asked, turning to look at Thera as he did, stunning her in the process. Absolutely not, she told him firmly. Ben, I can't take a blessing you were offered. Are you out of your mind? I actually think this is the most reasonable choice, he said with a shrug. I have 4 as is, and you do the ever-important job of keeping me from dying. I'd much rather you have it than me. With the exception of Thera and the soul mages present, everyone was shocked to learn he already had 4 blessings from various gods. While there were people in the world who would take numerous trials, not to mention the tower trials as well, that was still more than anyone would expect from the average person. Elvet though took the time to look closer at Thera as she argued with Ben, actually looking at her soul to get a sense of her and immediately seeing the worth in the act. One of his main tasks as a soul mage was to help people of enough potential and note grow after all, and seeing not only what she was, but how much power she had access to, it made her just as valuable to try and help raise up as any mage or warrior he'd blessed in the past. I'll do you both, he said simply, getting a quick response from Yuliel. But Elvet, what about Dash? I'll just need a few days to rest after, it will be fine. I can already see the worth in helping them both grow. Thera, was it? Come closer and tell me what area you want to improve the most. She still looked uncertain but wasn't going to turn such an offer down as she did what he asked, thinking for just a moment before she spoke her choice. If you'd bless my life magic, I'd be forever grateful. It was the magic she had the lowest affinity for, so in principle it was the hardest to raise outside of her telekinesis, with the only reason her dark magics were lower-leveled being that she didn't do too much to train them, except of course for when she'd been coping with Ben's loss. Not only that, but it was the magic she found herself needing all too frequently when Ben got injured. With her choice made, she watched as the soul mage closed his eyes in concentration, and only a few moments later heard the notification ring out in her head. All right, Ben, your turn. he said as he beckoned to him. Ben taking his hand as Thera stepped away and stating his choice. In that case, if you'd bless my mana regeneration, I'd appreciate it. Even if it only took him 15 minutes to get back to his maximum, those were 15 minutes he couldn't practice to his full potential. And as handy as it would have been to raise his mana pool instead, he couldn't help but think of how annoyed he'd be if he felt a gap in how long it took to regenerate everything he had grown. If anything, he wanted it to be as small as possible, letting him constantly work on his magic, as well as improving his enchantments as he went. It took twice as long as it did for Thera, but soon enough he got the system confirming its success. Thank you, Ben said sincerely. This means a lot. Use it well and don't be afraid to stop by again in the future. Elvit told him with cheer. I'll let the guards know you're a recognized guest. Oh, and Yuzu, this is by no means an order, but if you get to the point where you can grant your blessing as well, I'd recommend offering it to them. If I do, then I will happily, she said through her magic tool, still feeling pleased to receive it, though it might be a while off. Ha! But it's never too late in the end, her teacher said as he waved them off. Anyway, after all that, I need to rest. It's been a pleasure. With that, he sunk into the ocean depths while Jake opened a portal back home, leaving both Yuliel and Vasta to quickly decide what to do as they stepped through. Neither had expected the Soul Mage to do something so rash or impactful, and it made coming up with anything that could compete no easy task. But a quiet look between them was all they needed as a singular idea formed. Well, it's been great seeing you all, and I'll stop by again in the future. But as I'm sure you can imagine, plenty of people to tell I'm still alive, so dash. Just hold on for one more minute, Vasta said, stopping him in his tracks as she quickly ran off, grabbing a fancy-looking letter and a pen to go with it, with both mages quickly scribbling in and handing it over to him. Thanks, he said, confused before asking the obvious question. So what is it? A letter of recommendation, Yuliel told him. What do you know of the Magic Towers? Something about 11 magic-themed trials as well as being home to the Mages Guild headquarters. Wait, don't tell me this is permission to do the trials, 'cause thanks but no thanks. I never want to see a magic trial again. You wouldn't need a recommendation letter when you already have the qualification to take the trials, Vasta explained. This is for the great library you can find there, housing all of the world's published magical research. Ordinarily, only the first floor is open for the public. This should get you and Thera access to up to the third. Unfortunately, it wouldn't grant you access to the fourth or fifth, let alone the basement. But if you keep up your research, this should be plenty helpful for you, Yuliel went on. Think of this as a way of saying that we were impressed by your work. With everything we have to deal with, we're going to be busy for a while. But stop by again in the future, and if we have time, we'll talk. Damn. If she's being so friendly all of a sudden, I really must have done something right. He took the letter, doing his best to keep from looking too excited as he tucked it away. Thank you, both of you. I don't know what I could learn in there, but I'll look forward to finding out. That all went way too well, Thera said, still stunned to have received a new blessing out of the blue. I take back everything I've said about your terrible luck. It looks like good things do happen to you occasionally. Well, obviously you're one of them, he told her, giving a playful wink as they went on to his next task, trying to see Steph and Will, at least until Myriad spoke up in his head. His god advised, not telling Ben any more than that as he did what he was told, not seeing any change until he noticed a far more significant bump to his savings than he'd get from his patents. Don't tell me. Ben focused on not only the amount he now had but thought of the improvement to his skills as a whole as well and couldn't keep himself from smiling. If the Church of Eneth thought the last one was expensive, they were in for a world of trouble. Despite his desire to make the sole god in the world to declare him his enemy hurt just a little bit more, he put a pin in that just long enough to focus on his original plan, going through the gate to the home of Steph and Will to let his friends know that he survived. Greeting them when he got there was short but sweet. Hugs and tears were exchanged when they saw him before them, the news of his survival being overshadowed by the reveal of the invasion point, so seeing him was as if he'd come back from the dead. But for as long as they wanted to talk, they didn't have the leeway of giving more than an hour. Now that preparations were in full swing, their training was taken to a greater extreme, with the two of them having the goal of getting any level they could to their blessed skills to provide whatever benefit they could have. While it was deemed unlikely they would manage in the time frame given the difficulty of the act, the fact that Steph had gotten a single level to her life magic gave the rulers of the nations they worked for enough hope that it wouldn't be a fruitless endeavor. But it also meant their time was limited. Still, seeing him alive and well gave the two of them the motivation they needed to work all the harder while he at least got to say a proper goodbye to his friends, knowing it would be difficult to see them again anytime soon, and with that they went off to their next destination, Analia. Stepping through the gate, the first thing they noticed was the bright beam of light rising into the sky, letting them know that an invasion point was near as Ben took Thera's hand. "You okay?" "Yeah. Dad should be able to handle it alone, so I'm not too worried," she told him, giving a squeeze before letting go. "The bigger problem is that he can only deal with one gate alone, but well, not much point worrying about too far into the future right now, is there?" He didn't take her assurances at face value but let the matter drop, at least for the time being, as they made their way to her family home, finding the place to be a flurry of activity. More than just her family and the usual staff present. Higher-ups from all branches of the government were running through the building, everyone needing the Queen's time as they searched for Abris to ask for his assistance. Having no luck in the matter, they tried to subtly poke their heads into the throne room, not wanting to disturb the work of the people within as they all vied for Polinia's attention. But even casually looking through the doorway was enough to catch her eye, making her call out as she stood up. "A 5-minute break," she told the crowd surrounding her, not taking no for an answer as she walked over to them, closing the door behind her to give what little privacy the hallway provided before pulling them into a hug. "It's so good to see you both," she told them, seeming far more tired than she usually did. "Your father told me the news, but having you both here in person is so much nicer. We didn't mean to distract you, Mom. We were just hoping to find Dad around if you know where he is. Out back helping Carly and Glob train. With everything going on, well, things have had to ramp up. Will you two be staying a while? We need to get back to Stonewall to let Auntie and Uncle know Ben lived. But we can stay for dinner if you won't be too busy." Usually, she didn't like staying home too much given how her family could act at times. But the worry on her mother's face was clear enough that she put the offer out, getting a gentle smile in return. "That would be nice. I'll make sure I have the time. For now, though, I need to get back to it. I'll see you both in a few hours then." With that she left, going back to her meeting and putting on a far more confident look as she did, leaving the two of them behind as Thera worried. "I don't think I've ever actually seen her act so serious before," she muttered as Ben put a gentle hand on her back. When they made their way to the back of the building, they found a scene of chaos. As things stood, the nation was home to 3 of the great spirits, and all of them were working to train Carly and Glob, with Furila in the background, shouting what advice he could. Just from what they could see, a black mist was covering the 2 otherworlders with illusions occasionally popping in and out of it, keeping them all the more on edge as they defended themselves from Abris's attacks, chunks of earth flying at them from afar or tearing out of the ground to stab at them, testing the limits of how fast they could react. Even if that was all Ben and Thera could see, though, the looks on the defending two's faces told them there was probably more going on, with the great dark spirit Funa having access to plenty of mental attacks that would be less obvious to deal with. It seemed like things were destined to go on for a while too until Abris saw them and called for a break, letting Carly and Glob collapse to the ground in exhaustion as he did. Lux gave them a friendly wave as she went over to heal the 2 while Abris went to them. "I honestly wasn't sure if we'd be seeing you again so soon with everything going on, but I'm glad you stopped by," he said happily, hiding any stress he might have felt. "Well, I figured I should let Pelania know I'm alive in person, even if you've already passed it along, and I needed to buy a lot of materials since we're still in the area anyway. I was hoping you might have my work area still set up here too, where it always is, and just let me know what you need and I'll either find it or make it for you as quick as I can. You're the best. It's going to be a fair bit since I need to make a decent-sized statue and a temporary staff for Thera, but it looks like I've got cash to burn, so I should probably pick up some other supplies while I'm here too," he said before giving his list, bringing out his card to transfer the funds for it as they headed to the back while Abris went to grab what he needed. Seeing everyone work so hard made things seem so much more real as they did their best to push away the odds of their incoming extinction, but Ben tried to keep the thought out of his mind. Even if he lived on the world, Even if he was happy to make any items or weapons that would help, that was all he'd be doing, all he could do even. Worrying more would do nothing, so instead he focused on the new design of the statue he was going to make, knowing it would be all the more expensive than the first one as he did. He cradled the crushed shell in his hands, tears streaming down his face at the death of his lone companion,
Ben.
Without greed, he knew it was the end for him. His body was a mess of injuries, broken and bleeding. He did all he could to raise his head,
Ben.
facing the balls of fire plummeting from the heavens, one on a collision course that he couldn't avoid. He'd need the strength to move to do that, and he was spent. After so long in there, so many near-death experiences and violent injuries, he had nothing left to give. All he could do was watch his death come.
Ben.
Thera yelled as she shook him awake, his eyes snapping open as she did, only for her to softly take his face in her hands. "Are you okay? You were thrashing and groaning, and I wanted to let you sleep a bit longer, but things weren't looking good, so dash.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Thanks for waking me, but it was just a nightmare. I think I'll be having them for a while," he muttered as he thought back to it. Even if he and greed lived, the ordeal had left its mark. It was just something he'd need to learn how to live with. But I've got plenty of experience with that already anyway. Thera, though, seemed unconvinced as she split her attention between him and the road ahead. "Has this been happening a lot since you got out?" "Only on the nights I'm not in Myriad's realm. So if I just keep going there, then there's no problem." "That actually sounds like a huge problem. If it doesn't get better, I'll make myself some sleeping meds when we're back in Stonewall," he said, trying to wave off the concern. "Gotta see how awakening my crafting affected my alchemy anyway. I don't think that's going to solve the root of your problem, but then I don't know enough about human mental structure to be sure," a voice said from behind them, where there should have only been the statue they were delivering, as well as the magic materials and crates of books he'd bought. Thera immediately stopped the cart and they turned around, finding a familiar gray sitting on the statue, or at least appearing to. "I was wondering when I'd hear from you, Quillith," Ben said, giving the other man a broad smile. "Looks like I've lived to take advantage of your race's knowledge for another day." "It's good to see you as well," the small alien said in unusually good cheer. "Your survival has left me extremely wealthy." "What?" "Just some gambling on my end to pass the time. You wouldn't believe how bad the odds against you were." "What the hell, man? I was doing my best not to die and you were gambling on me? That's so—" "Wait, Myriad. Are you listening? I know the gods were placing bets on me and Thera in the last trial. Don't tell me they did it for this one too." His god said awkwardly. "Yeah? Well, I'm noticing your tone and the fact that you said ordinarily. So what gives, man?" Yeah. Good for both of you then," he muttered. "I guess since you guys were betting on me, then it's fine. So anyway, what do I owe the privileged Quillith? Going to give me a quick lesson while I'm off to screw over Aneth?" "This little visit was more to simply acknowledge your survival. We were thinking of beginning again in a month while we sort out what we can now that your invasion has a much more fixed date. So unless there's anything urgent, I just came to say congratulations on living and I'll be on my way." "Wait," Ben told him, holding up a hand to stop him. There was something he'd been lightly thinking on ever since the trial, namely the times that Quillith had stopped by. The man had not only taken his last words, but also passed on a message to Thera from him when it seemed like she'd needed it. And he couldn't deny that had changed things for him. Damn it, even if that was done to manipulate me, then it freaking worked. I'm grateful whether I like it or not, and I'm sure that's exactly what they wanted. I'm such a freaking sucker, but I'll at least hear him out and see if I can do anything to ease my conscience. "Quillith, tell me what's going on with your world." The alien's already large eyes widened at the statement, but defying Ben's expectations, he shook his head. "You have enough to worry about here. You can worry about my doomed planet if you live long enough. I'll be the judge of that. You said I was a person of interest before, and here I am interested, so out with it." "How did you—" "No, never mind, that's a stupid question. I really don't pay enough mind to the fact that you have beings living in a higher plane of reality when I talk sometimes," the alien said with a sigh as he looked off into the distance at passing trees while he thought. "You know, This is an exceptionally kind universe. Ha, you're telling that to someone who spent a couple months fighting for their life buddy. Say something a little more convincing. Hell, seems most people think the end of the world is at our doorstep. Life can be hostile, that's a fact of any evolutionary system that functions on a survival of the fittest rule. I'm not talking about the life in this universe, but the universe itself. The gray began with a far-off look in his eyes. Not only do you have magic here, a built-in feature that allows for all sorts of incredible things, healing and building and creating in a way a universe lacking it could only dream of, but you have so many other wonderful features here too. Honestly, just the fact that it seems to lack a universal speed limit without creating unending paradoxes, or worse, time travel, makes this reality a blessing for those who live in it. If you all don't die in this coming invasion, if you're able to fight it off, then combined with the benefits of what you've all already built up and the help of your gods, all of reality will open itself up to you. In all of the years we've spent peering through the boundaries of our reality in others, cataloging millions of them as we've gone, this still has to be one of the better ones. Thera had stopped the cart, both of them listening attentively to what Quillith had to say, both curious where this was leading as he continued. My planet faces an inescapable threat. Time. While there are similarities between my home reality and both this one and the one you came from, Ben, there are also inescapable differences. Even your original one would be preferable for all of the harshness it might have. The stars of my universe all die after a short 2 billion years, and they don't arrange themselves into galaxies like yours do. Combine that with a higher rate of universal expansion and a slower galactic speed limit, and you can see that the world I come from isn't a cradle, waiting for its children to take its first steps, but a prison trapping us. We were working on space travel when humanity discovered fire, but for all of the advancements we've made in that time, there's one unavoidable conclusion. We could never make a ship that could move faster than the distance between all stars grows, but even if we could, no new stars are being born either. Even if we created something that our descendants could live on for millions of years of travel, they'd never make it to a new world. And how long until your star dies then? He asked quietly, seeing where this was going. It's already started, and sadly its death rate is substantial. We've got maybe a decade if we're lucky. With the technology we have at our fingertips, we might be able to keep ourselves alive for a while, maybe even tens of thousands of years, but the quality of life is going to be almost non-existent as we wait for our demise. One day, in the blink of an eye, the light of our sky will vanish and we'll be trapped in the buildings we have to sustain us, never again to walk under the open sky. Depressing, isn't it? He said with a forced laugh that Ben ignored as his minds were a flurry of activity. And your population? Currently we sit at about 100 million. Just 5 centuries ago we were in the billions, but it shouldn't be surprising that there's a strong voluntary extinction movement amongst us. Passing on the curse of life is no kindness, even if some of us still give into the temptation. And just what did you think that I might be able to do about it if you thought I had potential? Quillith just shook his head. A starving man would eat air. We're looking at any option no matter how unlikely. That's why I told you not to worry about it. Focus on your own world. Even if we fight it, our end is all but written in stone. The most we can currently do is help develop this world. If we're lucky, then your gods might be able to do something, but if we're not, then as long as you all live, we can at least be remembered with a handful of our people surviving. It's better than the countless corpses of worlds we know that came before us. He shook his head as the sad look in his eye vanished, and with that he bid them goodbye, at least for the time, with the promise of Ben's lessons resuming in a month. When they were alone, he could see that Thera was deeply uncomfortable with what they'd heard, but there was nothing he could say. He was given a lot to think on and plenty to work through, so he simply took her free hand in his own and leaned his head against her shoulder as he repeated what he'd done in all faith, forcing his mind to his God's realm. Ben, just because you can doesn't mean you should show up out of the blue, Myriad said as soon as he noticed him, something he ignored as he looked at his God, giving voice to the only question that made sense to ask after hearing that another world full of people was about to end. Myriad, I want you to teach me how I and the others were brought here. At Ben's prompt declaration, Myriad could only sigh. There's no point, and for a number of reasons too. Cool, you can explain them to me after you teach me then. he said, ignoring his god's resistance. Look, realistically, I don't think I can do anything to help, but I have to assume that they're either hoping that they can make their way to this universe, that the gods here can somehow prolong the life of their star in their universe, or that we can somehow use our knowledge to help them break whatever cosmic speed limit they're under. And of those three ridiculous options, the first is sadly the most realistic, no matter how absurd it might be. I at least want to know what's being worked with here. The floating cube before him just gently shook, giving off an air of exasperation before doing as his apostle requested. And before Ben's eyes he watched mana form between them in ways he'd never seen, with a level of detail and care he didn't think a mortal could replicate. Not only did he not understand what he was seeing, he didn't even know how to express most of it in words. There were occasional bits that seemed based on ways magic was cast he understood, with touches here and there resembling various enchanting systems as well, but in the end even then he couldn't be sure he wasn't just drawing conclusions that weren't actually there, with his mind just trying to make sense of what little it could. Worse than that though, the scale of it just kept growing as he struggled to capture what he was seeing in his mind until it towered over him. An intimidating mess that he didn't have the slightest clue of how to dissect. Do you think you could present it in a book for me the way you did your blueprints? I'd have to understand it to have any hope of doing that, Ben. Besides, I could show you my blueprints because they were made by mortals. This is magic made by and for gods. Presumably, at least. Why presumably? The few gods that used it in the past bought the method from different void gods that traveled through their system, and even then it wasn't stated that any of them were its original creators. Frankly, none of us up here knows where it came from or how it works, we just accept the fact that it does. That's mildly horrifying, actually. As far as the thousands of gods of this world were concerned, they had access to a spell that let them reach across realities, something the Grey hadn't truly managed after untold thousands of years, and they were using it despite not knowing anything about it. Well, probably not nothing. Okay. There's no way you guys haven't looked into it at all, you must know something. Maybe some of the magic gods do, but there's nothing I can tell you about it. At that Ben grinned. Well, isn't it a good thing a goddess of magic and knowledge agreed to answer any of my questions then? There's no point, Hellori told him bluntly as soon as she understood what he was asking. I can't even begin to describe how nonsensical the idea is that this could be used to bring millions of people to this reality. Aside from the mana cost, which to be clear is astronomical, it's also powered by faith. Multiple gods burned centuries of it to just get the 200 summoned we have to work with. Even if every god this world has puts themselves to it, we could maybe save a few thousand. Admittedly, it's better than nothing, and considering how much the Greys have done to try and help this world, we'll happily put in the effort and take the hit to what reserves we have if the world survives. You also have to account for how much we'll all lose trying to defend the world with the invasion on the horizon. Best estimate is that if we survive everything to come, we might be able to save 100 or so. And that's nice and all, but I was asking you to tell me what you know about the spell. Not tell me why it's pointless, so if you would? Ugh, fine, it is an interesting enough topic anyway, and it does no harm. From what the few of us who've taken the time to look into it on a deeper level have been able to figure out, it essentially has a number of parts, though all of them are massively complicated in their own way and bleed into each other on a level we don't quite understand. For that matter, it's not even clear which sections of the spell do what, but anyway, we have the part of the spell that opens a hole in our universe, the part that acts as a tether for the god leaving it, letting them access faith and mana even after passing the threshold to use, the part that hides us from any stray outsiders and protects us from the primordial chaos that exists between realities, the part that identifies life-supporting universes, as well as some of their properties, then the part that opens up those realities, and the part that brings us back after souls were collected. Honestly, there's probably more too, but it's beyond complicated. I don't think a single god on this world could have created a spell that houses just one of those aspects independently, at least not at the level of elegance this one has, so where it came from is a tantalizing mystery. Alright, I think I got most of that, but what are outsiders? Exactly what the name says, things that exist outside of the universe, or should I say things that exist in the chaos between universes. Either way, they aren't much trouble for us, but from what the gods who've gone outside of the universe to collect souls have said, it seems some realities are swarmed with them trying to get inside. Of course, from what I've heard, the few times smaller ones have made it into this one have been world killers, but there's nothing we can do about that. You know what? I think I'm just going to ignore that and focus on the rest. So can you tell me anything about how different sections of the spell control what parts? At most we have theories and none of them are simple. Are you sure you want to spend months of your life learning things that could be wrong? Hey, I've got you as a teacher now, might as well put you to use, he said with a laugh as he stared up at the absolutely massive spell before him, trying to take it all in. So teach away. Ben opened his eyes as they made it to the town of the Sobek, with Thera seeming in better spirits after their depressing conversation with Quillith thanks to the long drive. Already ignoring your girlfriend, she tisked playfully. Am I just a convenient shoulder to sleep on? Ha! Well, am I just a convenient pillow during our hunts then? He asked back, watching her face begin to twinkle as she turned away. I have no clue what you're talking about. Really? I mean, sure, you've only woken up ahead of me a couple times, but given how often it happens, you must have noticed. He was quickly brought to silence as she threw her hand over his mouth. Gods above, enough. I'm never sleeping around you again, she muttered, mortified by the conversation. She was uncomfortably aware of the fact that whenever they had to camp out for one of their hunts, that there was a better-than-not chance that she'd end up laying on him at some point, and she'd been more than happy to pretend that it only happened on days she woke up first. Having it made clear that it obviously wasn't the case was going to leave her embarrassed for a while. Ha, it's fine. Anyway, since we're almost there, you might want to keep your staff at the ready. Oh gods, why? Nothing immediate. Just seeing how the last time when I feel like there's a non-zero chance that someone might try to kill me. Infinite hells, Ben. You really didn't hold back before, did you? Thera asked as they saw the damage his statue had made when it fell, leaving him nothing to do but awkwardly chuckle. He hadn't been prepared for the scale of it either. Where the statue of Aneth had originally been, there was now only a crater. The stone walkway it had been sitting on destroyed as deep violent cracks ran through it, expanding dozens of meters outwards, and that was still nothing compared to the damage to the church. As the first church of the land, Ben knew it should have been strengthened by the faith of its believers, but if his experience with his jacket was any indicator, that faith only went so far. It was something that needed to be built up for centuries, with the more believers around to pray the better. He didn't doubt that Aneth had exactly that, but it still didn't seem to have been enough, with part of the front wall of the church collapsed, showing its interior lacking many of the accessories it had contained when he'd last gone in to give his duel. I guess they moved them so nothing would get stolen? Myriad asked to the casual thought with a shout that drifted through Ben's head. Hey, I wouldn't just steal something. Neat. Ben thought as he chuckled, getting out of the cart as Thera parked it directly in front of the church, with a priest standing outside recognizing him and understanding exactly what his presence meant as his eyes lit up with fear and he ran into the church to get someone. Well, better get this up before someone comes out to tell me to put it somewhere else. The statue weighed an outrageous amount, but he'd modified the designs from last time and had a rainbow mana crystal set up to pour mana into it, reducing the weight to almost nothing as he carried it over to the crater the last statue had made and activated the enchantments on it. Unlike last time, when he'd needed to get a ladder out and struggled to carry it up, this time he went for a different approach thanks to the increase in his skills. He built the barrier enchantment that kept the statue suspended in the air to come out the base, lifting it into the sky when it was activated so the statue was hovering in the same spot as last time. Even if the window they'd have to reach out of to touch it was now significantly less safe. It was only as it stopped that the doors of the church flew open, with the Apostle Felth throwing himself through them, his face crumpling into defeat as he saw the statue already up. Felth, so nice to see you again, Ben said with false cheer. Just got all set up here. I hope you saved the bits of the last statue as per our agreement. I'd hate to have to charge you the material cost. Would someone be so kind as to grab the old statue while we talk? He asked, looking like he wished he was anywhere else before turning back to Ben. Once you have that, you'll take your leave, correct? Felth, buddy, don't be so cold. Don't you want to chat? Catch up a bit. Gods above, please just go. Fine. Just a couple things to talk about on my end first. Ben told him. I heard about what happened with the statue. Absolutely tragic. I wish I could have predicted it would cause so much damage, but honestly, what can you do, right? But I have good news. My skills have improved since the last time, so I was able to make it in such a way that it would cause maybe half as much damage if it came down. It took a lot of work, but it should make things a little safer. Hearing Ben say that, Felth actually perked up. It wasn't much, but he'd take whatever bit of mercy he could from the other man. He even let himself believe that maybe the Apostle of Myriad was satisfied after the results of the previous statue falling, at least until he spoke again. The bad news, of course, was that not only was it significantly more expensive to make, but the mana cost has risen as well. Of course, I have an itemized receipt for you of all of the materials as well as accounting for the item's rank. You're gonna love it when you hear this, buddy. I managed to awaken my crafting, so I was able to get it all the way to upper rare. Isn't it such a pleasure to have something of such quality being the first thing your believers see when they come here? Hearing those words, Felth felt something within himself break. He silently took the receipt as he looked it over with dead eyes and knew in his heart that if it fell again his church would be ruined. More than that, he knew that Ben would just bring an even more expensive statue the next time. Without knowing it, he and Ather had both provoked the wrath of a monster, and it was going to be Aneth who paid the greatest price. He waved a few priests to go begin supplying the statue with power, not caring how structurally unsound the window they'd have to reach through was as a group of others dragged out the shattered remains of the previous statue in many crates and began loading them into his cart. Only for the worst possible thing to happen given the situation. Someone told Ather they were there. In an instant the demigod had thrown himself through the door, spear in hand and lunging at Ben with murder in his eyes as he came down on him. The power in his body closing the gap in an instant, but still too slow for Thera, who'd only grew more and more prepared for someone to try and kill Ben with every word he said. The stone path beneath them was already flooded with her mana, and the instant she saw the demigod lunge she reacted, bringing up a wall of it in front of Ben and trapping all but Ather's head in it as it shifted back to solid stone, the tip of his spear mere inches from Ben's face. Ather struggled and screamed as he tried to force himself free while Felth collapsed on the ground. He had a clear view of Ben's face, wearing the same sickening grin he'd had both times he'd managed to bring things so deeply into his favor in the past, and wanted to fall into despair as he watched the church he loved so dearly fall all the deeper into the hands of the devil before him. "Ather, it's been so long. You're looking healthy," Ben said with a friendly tone as he lightly patted the still screaming man's cheek. "But your greeting leaves a lot to be desired. So tell me, Felth, what are we going to be doing about this? Seems like the sort of thing you might not want spread so widely," he said with a shrug, before seeming to remember something as he snapped. "Oh right, since you didn't feel like catching up I didn't mention it, but I've actually become good friends with the soundsmith Greed since we've last seen each other. Maybe you've heard of him, he's one of the few people in the world with an awakened music skill. Anyway, I'm sure he'd love to compose a song about the beautiful friendship I share with your church dash. Please just stop," Felth begged with his head down, his card already outstretched in his hand. "Just take everything and go." Ben tapped his own against it, seeing the numbers on his rise as the ones on the other apostles disappear completely, and felt satisfied enough to let the matter drop. "Well, I wasn't going to see Greed again for a while, so I'm sure I'll have forgotten about it by then. Nice seeing you both. Try not to let the statue fall again. I'd hate to have to come back so soon," he told them, laughing as he and Thera got back on the cart and drove off, leaving Ather still trapped in the stone. He was feeling more than satisfied from the encounter, even if Thera looked exhausted. "So you absolutely must have gained a level of sacrilege doing all of that, right? There's no way you didn't." "Hey, I didn't. You know, I literally just got one and what it took to gain it. Bullying an apostle a little wouldn't be anywhere close to bumping my level." "Sure, but it's not like that's all you've done. Breaking the trial probably has you well on your way to getting your 9th level, and the statue falling must have done plenty too. No wonder Yuliel attacked you when she saw you. Haha. Listen, I've gotten all of the slightly more aggressive things I needed to do done, so now I'm back to my usual sweet and gentle self. Don't you worry." She eyed him suspiciously but ended up just shaking her head. "So you're done with everything then?" Finally ready to go home to Stonewall? I think so, he told her as he went over everything he'd thought he needed to deal with, finding one final task as he did. Actually, since we have to go through the gate anyway, there's one last thing I should probably check on. It'll only take a couple hours, and then I'm ready to hide out in Stonewall for the rest of my life. His final task, the last thing keeping him from the comforts of home, was admittedly small, the sort of thing he probably could have gotten away with ignoring, but if he didn't do it now, he had no clue how far in the future it would be before he could make the time to see the results in person. Taking their cart through the Elven Gate, Thera and Ben drove out to the farm Ben had purchased just before the crafting contest had started, to be used as a way to gain faith for his god. Even though that was the main purpose, though, he did genuinely want to see the results, to know if trying to give the Obels religion would actually do anything to improve the quality of wool or eggs they produced. Admittedly, he didn't have the most hope for the prospect, but the odds weren't zero, and given what the world was on the edge of, any way to improve food production could be valuable for the years to come. He hadn't been able to announce their visit ahead of time given everything that was going on, but as he knocked on the door of the main house where the elf he technically employed stayed, he was greeted with cheer and enthusiasm. Well, isn't this a pleasure, Mr. Ben? I was actually just working on the report you'd asked me to make, but if I'd known you were stopping by, I would have tried to have some hospitality ready for you. Ha! Well, I appreciate the thought, and I'm sorry to show up unannounced like this. My last couple months ended up rather hectic, so I wasn't able to let you know I'd be coming. But with everything going on in the world right now, if I didn't show up today, I don't know when I'd have gotten the chance in the future. It's no trouble at all. Come on to the fields with me. I'll talk about what I've seen since then while I have you around. He led them around back where the fluffy little ovals were grazing, and even if he wasn't sure what it was, he immediately saw some sort of change when he looked at them. Are their coats glossier? Thera asked as she eyed the closest one, thinking of how soft it looked. Good eye, miss, they are indeed. Their coats are looking a bit nicer overall, and they're growing back a little faster too. On top of that, it looks like egg production increased by around 5%. You aren't exactly raking in the sort of profit that could make up for how much you invested buying this place. But in general, I'd say we're seeing some reasonable improvement considering it's only been a couple months. Interesting, Ben muttered as he stared at them. It's early enough that I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more improvement for a bit, though it will stop after a while eventually. Still, 5% is actually quite a large amount all things considered, especially with a large enough herd. Let's say in theory if it gets up to a 7% increase before leveling off, if we were getting 1,000 eggs a week beforehand, then we'd be ending with an extra 70, with things only getting better for even bigger groups. Of course, different animals would have different improvements, but this could actually be pretty big. If I could sell the mind control necklaces used to make this possible, I could probably make a killing, but there's way too many issues with that. All it takes is one idiot to put one on without thinking and a major crime has been committed, but at the same time this is actually too useful not to try and take advantage of. Not to mention the fact that I'd be able to snag Myriad a bunch of faith. Even if the quality is low, when we compare it against just how many farm animals there are in the world, the results could be insane for him. Well, I guess I'd also have to limit it to animals that aren't slaughtered for food. Killing and eating something that gives my god faith would feel weird. Myriad spoke up in his head in response to his thoughts. Look, I'm not going to deny that, but I feel justified in all of it. Either way, what do you think? Could there be a way to make this work? Alright, in that case, I'll start preparing some more necklaces when I'm back at the shop. Now that I have divine enchanting, I could definitely make the pendants to hold the enchantment significantly smaller, and since it's just making cubes, I could use my magic on it to practice. At worst, they're never used, and I just recycle them all one day. He walked around the fields, looking them over and not seeing anything significant. He did get the impression they were somewhere between happy and content, which meant that the necklaces were doing their jobs, but given the simplicity of the creatures' lifestyles, that could have played a part as well. It was as he finished his little inspection that he found Thera leaning against one of them. A dark resistance amulet he kept in his bag around the creature's neck while she pet it. Looks like you're enjoying yourself. Something about these things is just so charming, she admitted. Think we could bring one back with us? Ha, I don't think we'd be able to take care of one at Sonia's. I didn't think you liked animals so much. I mean, usually I'm pretty neutral, but look at it, Ben, it's adorable. Besides, I've always wondered what it would be like to have a pet. With my charm what it is, the ethics of it was always a little murky. Well, a farm animal isn't exactly doable. But if Sonya's cool with it, you could always get something and I could just make an amulet for its collar. Maybe one day, she told him as she thought about it. I guess this wouldn't exactly be the best time to get one though, would it? Well, if the world doesn't end we can worry about it then, he said as he sat down next to her and began petting the creature too. He had to admit it was extraordinarily soft. He could see the appeal as he decided to do one last thing to check up on the state of the creatures. He connected with it. It was funny to think just how few times he actually connected with an animal. When he looked back on it, it came down to using it as a bug killer, as well as the one time he had to scare away an Ulcer to keep him and Thera alive. Otherwise, his experience with Connect was limited to people, plants, and enchantments. He originally left animals alone for concern that they might get hurt or scared by the act, but by now he had mastered the skill. He just hid all of his extra minds away as he directed his positive and friendly emotions to it, feeling it respond in kind. As he gently probed and watched its thoughts, he felt more than happy with how the necklace did its job. If he directed a thought to it about Myriad, he felt the creature's mind explode with warmth and joy, and he wasn't getting any stress from it, even as one thing scratched at his mind, an absence that was blatantly apparent when compared against any person he'd connect to. Hey Myriad, you still around? Why can't I feel any skills coming from this thing? One of the greatest benefits Ben received upon reaching the 9th level of enchanting was that he was able to see both the skills and levels of people he connected to now, giving him a far easier time when he grabbed them to put on rings. That fact that nothing was showing up was confusing, and even when he tried to feel them like he used to, it seemed vague and undefined in a way he hadn't dealt with prior. Something was there, but not in the way he was used to. Luckily for his curiosity, though, Myriad had an answer. His god explained to him. "'Kay, neat, thanks," he thought, though something about that still felt wrong. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Still, he let his spare minds probe at the idea in the back of his head as he and Thera finished up, giving their goodbyes and getting on the cart, finally on their way back to Stonewall. They spoke to pass the time, about what they'd need to do when they got back, about how good it would feel to get home after so long, how nice it would be to see Falk and Sonia, and just how they were going to break the news that they were now romantically involved in a far realer way than an engagement that was forced on them. But as they reached the Elven Gate, Ben felt his thoughts snap into place as just what had bothered him about Myriad's explanation come to the front of his thoughts. Hey Myriad, if the system is built to help the races of this world and it isn't just automatically applied to every living thing, why wasn't it made in a way to keep demons from accessing it? Ben could tell from the voice of his god in his head that Myriad was almost insulted by the idea, the prospect that the gods who'd worked so hard to create this to give all sapient races better odds at surviving would ever do something that could bring them crashing down again. It was pure madness. Plain and simple, and the longer Ben thought on it, he couldn't help agree. The system was designed in a way to aid in the growth of all races who were a part of it, with most people having at least a couple 5th-leveled skills when the equivalent amount of power from before the system existed was around level 1 or 2. People were simply better at things than any of their pre-system ancestors would ever be, but thinking about that just made a weight form in the pit of his stomach for one simple fact. He knew he wasn't wrong. Myriad, I assure you, demons have access to the system. I felt the skills on the one who impaled me. Thera was eyeing him from the side with concern from the expression on his face and the fact he'd gone silent. But that barely registered as his minds became a flurry of activity as the implication got to him. At the time, when the two of them had been on their hunt with Steph, Will, and Wedro, Ben hadn't paid it any mind. When he'd survived the attack, he had other more important things to worry about, not to mention that his understanding of both souls and the system were almost non-existent. He hadn't questioned what he'd felt, nor felt the need to mention it, with the fact he'd experienced it at all almost vanishing in the recesses of his memory. But now that he had a greater understanding of things, he could tell just how bad this was. Myriad could hear the certainty in his apostle's thoughts, but even still he denied it, though significantly less confidently. His god trailed off as horror filled his words. The confidence Myriad was feeling in his claim all but vanishing as something clicked for him. Myriad? He passed on the message to Thera, who was able to pick up on his own worry easily enough, and without argument changed the destination they went through when they made it to the gate, returning to her homeland instead. It was Ben's first time at the church, but he didn't take the time to appreciate its architecture. He understood that they were there for an important reason, one that had a heavy bearing on the future as a whole. When they arrived, they took seats in front of the statue of Analea, and at Myriad's request, closed their eyes to pray, opening them again and finding them both in his god's realm, with Analea and Helori present as well. Thera broke into a deep bow as she understood what was happening, averting her eyes from the radiant divinity that was before her, as she quietly thought about how much she wished Ben had warned her this was going to happen. "Lovely to see you again, child, and your partner couldn't warn you because of the delicacy of the matter," Analea told her with a strained chuckle, easily seeing her thoughts while trying to contain her reaction to what Myriad had told her. "And Ben, isn't it lovely to see you alive? Your survival made some impressive waves up here, at least until something a bit more important came up." "Thanks, and as nice as it is to be alive and all, maybe we should cut to the heart of the matter?" "Which is?" Thera asked quietly, still struggling with being in the presence of so much divinity and wanting to know why. "I think demons and invaders have access to the system." That stunned her silent as the gods surrounding them grimaced. "That is still a pretty big if, no matter what it might help explain," Helori said, even if she seemed just as uncomfortable with the likelihood. "We'll need people to actually verify. This is going to be a nightmare of unseen proportions if you're right. The implications alone which we'll deal with when the time comes," Analea said firmly. "The idea that a god would do this. I've contacted some I know I can trust just in case, and I think we all have our suspicions, but this couldn't have happened at a worse time. If we're right, they've been integrated for about 300 years, Myriad pointed out. "Really, we're just lucky that we're receiving any heads up at all." What exactly are you talking about?" Ben asked, wanting a firmer grasp of the situation as his god sighed. "Unfortunately, the system being placed on them would help explain a few too many things," Myriad explained. "We thought the talking invader you encountered must have been raised up and taught the language by someone, but we found no evidence of that no matter how hard we've looked. But if it had the system, then it would automatically have the world speak skill. The moment it reached the sapient stage of its development, it would have been able to understand the language. An even greater point in its favor would be the sorrow. The mental attack demons cause when they're dying? He'd been warned about it when he'd been on the demon hunt, how the act of trying to kill them proved difficult on a fundamental level due to a change in the race as a whole that seemed to happen a few hundred years prior. While Ben hadn't experienced much from it, he'd seen will struggle firsthand at dealing with it, even when their lives were on the line. But at his words, Helori shook her head. "If you're right about this, then it isn't a mental attack from the demons, it's a feature of the system itself," she explained. "With so many different races on the world, it was important to find a way to keep things civil back when they'd first arrived here, as well as ensure that there were no unfortunate accidents along the way. Even if there's some similar body types, you have to admit that you've seen plenty of people that you could have mistaken for animals or monsters before you arrived here. Isn't that right?" "I guess." He couldn't deny that he'd seen plenty of people that he would have previously felt looked horrific if he'd run into them on Earth. From giant worms to tentacle monsters to creatures he struggled to describe at all. But he didn't understand where this was going. He'd always just thought that given everything that happened when he arrived, accepting the presence of such a broad range of creatures was on the easier end to accept, though Helori denied the thought. "While you do seem to have a potentially unhealthy ability to adjust to things, Ben, the main reason is because the system views every other creature under it as a person and makes those who benefit from its effects feel the same. That's where the sorrow comes in. People who hunt demons are trapped between the belief that they're nothing but animals while knowing in their souls that they're people. The sorrow is essentially an instinctual response to keep anyone from committing murder." But I killed a bunch of demons and I wasn't affected. From what you're saying, it's not like my resistances were doing anything for me, right?" Helori and Analea looked awkwardly at each other as his god spoke his thoughts, sounding very tired as he did. "The system doesn't make you value life, it simply makes you view it in the same way as if you were killing members of your own race. To be blunt, Ben, the fact you could so easily shows a pretty stark indifference to the lives of people. Not that I'm exactly shocked." "What? So I'm like a psychopath?" he asked, mildly offended. "I would like to remind you I've nearly died for people before, and am working my butt off to save Enix. You're not a psychopath and you're more than capable of working towards helping people and caring about them. It's just that if you have to hurt someone it doesn't affect you, which given what I've seen you do to both Felth and Ather shouldn't be a shock. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, Ben, and it doesn't make you a bad person if you aren't attacking people for no reason. Hell, if you were a warrior it would be an excellent asset. Most people who are in positions where they need to inflict great harm to another need to overcome it, and it can take a mental toll too. Of course, a craftsman doesn't exactly need to, but it's not a harm either. The real trouble comes when those gates open around the world. What's going to happen? Thera asked, worry touching her voice as she began to understand just how bad things could be from this. As things stand, only the demons on this world would have access to the system, Analia explained. But the moment the gates open, then every world each gate connects to will automatically become a part of it. Even if each demon on this world is killed before that happens, if the system has already accepted them, then there's nothing we can do. Of course, that won't affect the first wave much, but when we get to the second and the third from there, well, the longer any invader has with the system, the more it would grow, which is why we need to confirm if you're right. And given the limited number of people on this world who could determine the skills a creature has on its soul, we want to ask you to do it. Can I point out how dangerous this sounds? And the fact that I just survived a different life and death struggle? And what happened last time I went looking for demons? And my intense desire to not die. We wouldn't be asking you to go alone, Ben, Myriad told him, no more happy with the suggestion than he was. Honestly, even if I'm not happy with it, with the people we'd be sending with you, you couldn't be safer. He couldn't help but be torn. He understood the importance of this and there'd be benefits for him too. He'd be able to test out how his soul-sealing enchantment worked earlier than he'd expected, and if he hunted a few demons then he'd be able to make good progress on his current job. Given that in his day-to-day life he didn't do much that could help him gain experience as a tank. But he still felt himself hesitate. It was something he wanted to do eventually, and after successfully making his enchantment he'd been ready to do it immediately, but he'd been enjoying the small amount of peace he'd gained after being free from the trial. He didn't want to just rush back into a situation like that so soon. No, this is important, so I need to do it. Besides, this could help Enix if I get a soul to work with, and the sooner I get out of the tank job the better. All I need to do is deal with this one thing and then I can actually go home. He looked at Thera, who still seemed worried but gave him a nod as she took his hand before he looked back to the gods. Fine, I'll do it. So who do I have coming with me? At that, a thin smile stretched across Analia's reptilian lips. Me. In his realm watching down at the world, Quox lounged around, feeling content in the amount of faith he had, even if it would never be enough for his taste. When his world had fallen he'd made the only reasonable choice and ran. Having heard the rumors of this one from a void god he encountered and fled to it, hoping to find new believers and new strength, but things hadn't worked out that smoothly. When he'd arrived he was almost immediately exiled, told he'd be forbidden from gaining followers until he proved his worth in the invasion they all knew would eventually come. An act that still had his fur bristling even millennia later. And just because I only saved myself of all things. Honestly, those self-righteous bastards think they're so much better than us just because they saved a few of their people. We're gods. Our believers live to serve us, not the other way around. I'm sure my people felt truly blessed to give all they had for me in their final moments. Why should I be villainized for it? He did his best to push the thoughts away as he always did any time he got like this. It didn't matter. Even if it was small, even if he had to share it with others, the amount of faith he had was growing, and they'd all managed to keep it a secret from those judging gods. Things would be tight, but soon they'd be able to put their final plan into action. They just needed to be patient. The fall of this world was coming. It was a fact they all knew. With the invasion so close to their doorsteps, they just needed to gather as much faith as they could while they could. And if they were extremely lucky, then they'd be able to use it to escape this doomed world once things got too bad. Sure, it would leave them in a bad state, but there were ways for them to adapt, to survive. They'd just need to gain all they could by the second wave as they ran for it. After all, the others are so insistent on doing what they can and never gave us the respect we deserve. Who cares how they die in the end? I'll go on. And it's always the survivors who record history. Just thinking of a coming future where those who oppressed him were destroyed filled him with glee. A far nicer fantasy to experience than any memory of the past, and with nothing else to do he could have enjoyed hours of it, at least until another god came into his realm, gripped in panic. Quox, this is bad. This is so bad. Oh, Shooting Star, we're done for. The god Harrow screamed as he got there, much to Quox's annoyance. The fly-like god was always panicky and a pain to deal with overall, but they were also co-conspirators, more deeply bound than he'd ever willingly be if he felt like he had a choice in the matter. Damn it, Harrow, what is it now? Can't you see I'm trying to relax? There's no time to relax, damn it. We need to do something. The other gods suspect something. That got his attention, making him get up despite himself. There's no way. They weren't able to find out even after the invader incident. They can't know now. Well, something's happening. They're trying to be secretive about this, but I know a couple of them are actually going to descend upon the world. You know they wouldn't do that before the invasion if it wasn't something big. Infinite hells. Get the others, we need to sort this out now. Even if he didn't particularly like the other god, he knew he wouldn't be wrong about something like this, even if it threw all of their plans into disarray, and so close to the end of things too. It's okay, we can still make this work. We might not be able to gather as much faith as we could otherwise, but as long as the numbers are culled and bodies are disposed of, we'll make it through this. We just need to act. In his village, Toltho walked around greeting everyone he saw. The tents that made up their homes were spread between the trees as those without any tasks to do were on their knees giving what faith they could, with only a few children playing as they ran up to him, excitement plain on their faces as one spoke up. Toltho, the great voice spoke to me. I've gained a level to my stealth. Really? Isn't that wonderful? He said happily as he placed his scaled hand on the child's head, ruffling his fur as he did. Yep. One day I'm going to be just as great as you. Just watch. Haha. I can't wait to see it. Just remember, I have more to me than just my invisibility. Try and find the magic that suits you as well and grow in all areas. And above all, give your thanks to the five. I know, the child said hesitantly as he cast his eyes to the adults around who weren't busy with hunting, gathering, or caring for the young, meaning they had something more important to do than rest. They had to pray. Toltho could see right through them, understanding their worries as he chuckled. I know this may not seem too great to young ones such as yourselves, I remember feeling the same, but it's important they do this, as it's important you do as well when you get a little older. If the gods don't get faith, then the voice can't give us its blessing. The trees won't grow and the sun won't rise. We give all we can so that they can share this beauty with us. They all nodded along, happy to accept what they were told except for one young girl in the back. How do we know? How do we know all that stuff? Everyone says it. But the sun greets us each day and we always eat. He felt his smile slip only briefly, not out of anger, but from the small part of him that felt the same. Even still, he pushed whatever bit of doubt he had away. It would do him no good to think on it when he held such an important role. Yes, child, the sun is always there, but there have been times food has grown scarce, hasn't there? That's always when we haven't prayed deeply enough, an act that causes our own suffering in the end. You know the gods cry any time a single one of us hurts or starves. That's why we must work so hard to give them what they need to maintain this beautiful world. The girl seemed happy enough with his answer and the children went on their way, off to play and pray before one of those two acts took up so much of their life as he continued on his rounds, nodding at the other four priests as he passed them until he made his way to the hold, the spot that the lesser ones were kept. As he stared at them, he couldn't help but notice their similarities to his own people as he always did. They both shared the same violet eyes and red scales, even if his own were restricted to his legs and arms while theirs covered them, not to mention the difference to their body types. While all of his kind were uniform and bipedal, the lesser ones seemed to vary with every birth, and that wasn't to mention the difference in their intelligence. At least as long as none turn into wise ones. Just the memory of the last time that happened threatened to make his thoughts spiral. It was the only time in his life that such a mistake had occurred, with the lesser ones typically being culled before they could ever reach that point, but when it had been a nightmare. Breaking out and taking as many of the lesser ones as they could, killing the few of his own people that were around to try and get in the way. He couldn't help but wonder at times why they kept such dangerous things. Sure, they were easily trained and could help with their hunts, and they were a good decoy to use in the event a strange one got too close, but he couldn't help but think that on a fundamental level there was something wrong with them, a joy they took in hunting and slaughtering that made it hard to believe that they'd truly been made by their gods to help them, and all the more so from what he remembered from the escape. He'd always been told the strange ones were made by an evil god of the world who would hunt and kill them all if they weren't careful, the lesser ones made to protect them as they ran to safety. But that hadn't seemed like what had happened when the wise one was born. It had caused chaos as it escaped and seemed to seek out the strange ones to attack, with the ones he saw doing everything they could to save each other. Was that truly the act of creatures from an evil god? He shook his head and tried to clear his thoughts. His gods wouldn't have told them that if it wasn't the truth. He was just too small to understand whatever had happened. The five were the pillars of their lives and absolute. Doing his best to distract himself, he continued on with his rounds as he went, until the voice of the one he devoted himself to filled his head with more worry to his voice than he'd ever heard before.